and candles while they flexing their possessions. Now the whole team eating off discipline progression. See, the market don't care about emotion or your ego. One bad trade turn a winner to a zero. That's why I move calm, real surgical with the reload, waiting on the setup. Patience sharper than a needle, none of me. Yeah, the pressure start building. Everybody over trading. I'm just watching how they feeling. Shockwave on the chart, and the moment start revealing how the levels line up and the confidence appeal. I used to chase every move, now I'm focused on precision. Cut the noise out the room, their destruction. My religion took losses on the chin, turned pain into tuition. Now the whole playbook different when you trade with a vision. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the bands. That's why strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart action trading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we don't care but we prepare. Every boss another lesson, every win come from awareness. Structure over noise, that's the motto every day. Consistency the mission, we just level up the play. See, I done seen the fake gurus come and go quick. Screenshots look good, but the lifestyle don't fit. We was in the trenches, really building through the losses. Level risk management before I ever taught profits. Now it's live streams, game plans, market breakdowns. Everybody's locked in, why don't you can't stay now? AI tools, flow data, levels mapped out. Trade assist engine got the whole team spaced out. Ever needed man bows just to prove I got results. I learned to teach a trader how to never self-destruct. Cause one good system with discipline enough can change your whole life when the pressure gets tough. That's why the movement bigger than a Discord or a trade. It's a mindset shift, watch the confidence get raised. From beginner to advance, every lesson get engraved. And repeat, refine, that's the way greatness made. Structure over noise, yeah, we mean from where to plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't worship for the band. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, they ain't rushing for the band. Spot strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart actions trading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we only have way to play. Every loss another lesson, every leg go from awareness. That's the motto, everything. Consistency the mission, we just level up the place, yeah. Trading, Shockwave 15. Let's buy strikers. Trade safe. Trade smart. And dominate. Yeah. Smart action trading. Spot traders. We ain't chasing hype, we chasing structure. Look. I came from the bottom where the charts move reckless. Everybody online selling dreams, no direction. I was studying candles while they flexing their possessions. Now the whole team eating off discipline progression. See, the market don't care about emotion or your ego. One bad trade turn a winner to a zero. That's why I move calm, real surgical with the reload, waiting on the setup. Patience sharper than a needle, none of me. Yeah, the pressure start building. Everybody over trading. I'm just watching how they feeling. Shockwave on the chart, and the moment start revealing how the levels line up and the confidence appeal. I used to chase every move, now I'm focused on precision. Cut the noise out the room, their destruction. My religion took losses on the chin, turned pain into tuition. Now the whole playbook different when you trade with a vision. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the bands. That's why strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart action trading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we don't care but we prepare. Every boss another lesson, every win come from awareness. That's the motto every day. Consistency the mission, we just level up the play. See, I done seen the fake gurus come and go quick. Screenshots look good, but the lifestyle don't fit. We was in the trenches, really building through the losses. Level risk management before I ever taught profits. Now it's live streams, game plans, market breakdowns. Everybody's locked in, why don't you can't stay now? AI tools, flow data, levels mapped out. trade assist, engine got the whole team spaced out. Ever needed man bows just to prove I got results. I learned to teach a trader how to never self-destruct. Cause one good system with discipline enough can change your whole life when the pressure gets tough. That's why the movement bigger than a Discord or a trade. It's a mindset shift, watch the confidence get raised. From beginner to advance, every lesson get engraved. Repeat, refine, that's the way greatness made. Structure over noise, yeah, we mean from where to plan. Your traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the band. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, they ain't rushing for the band. Spot strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart actions laden, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, ni un niembo y tu te. Every loss another lesson, every leg on from awareness flow. That's the motto, everything. Consistency the mission, we just level up the place, yeah. Forex trading, Shopway 15. Let's buy strikers. Trade safe. Trade smart. And dominate. Yeah. Smart action trading. Spot traders. We ain't chasing hype. We chasing structure. Look. I came from the bottom where the charts move reckless. Everybody online selling dreams, no direction. I was studying candles while they flexing their possessions. Now the whole team eating off discipline progression. See, the market don't care about emotion or your ego. One bad trade turn a winner to a zero. That's why I move calm, real surgical with the reload. Waiting on the setup, patience sharper than the needle. None of me, yeah, the pressure start building. Everybody over trading, I'm just watching how they feeling. Shockwave on the chart and the moment start revealing how the levels line up and the confidence appeal. I used to chase every move, now I'm focused on precision. Cut the noise out the room, made destruction my religion. Took losses on the chin, turned pain into tuition. Not a whole playbook, different when you trade with a vision. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the bands. Let's buy strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart action trading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we don't care but we prepare. Every loss another lesson, every win come from awareness. That's the motto every day. Consistency the mission, we just level up the play. See, I done seen the fake gurus come and go quick. Screenshots look good, but the lifestyle don't fit. We was in the trenches, really building through the losses. Learning risk management before I ever taught profits. Now it's live streams, game plans, market breakdowns. Everybody's locked in, why don't you can't stake now? AI tools, flow data, levels mapped out. Trade assist, engine got the whole team spaced out. Ever needed man bows just to prove I got results. I learned to teach a trader how to never self-destruct. Cause one good system with discipline enough can change your whole life when the pressure gets tough. That's why the movement bigger than a Discord or a trade. It's a mindset shift, watch the confidence get raised. From beginner to advance, every lesson get engraved. Repeat, refine, that's the way greatness made. Structure over noise, yeah, we mean from where to plan. Your traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the band. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, they ain't rushing for the band. Spot strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart actions laden, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, ni un niembo y tu te. Every loss another lesson, every leg on from awareness flow. That's the motto, everything. Consistency the mission, we just level up the place, yeah. Forex trading, Shopway 15. Let's buy strikers. Trade safe. Trade smart. And dominate. Uh, yeah. Smart action trading. Spot traders. We ain't chasing hype. We chasing structure. Look. I came from the bottom where the charts move reckless. Everybody online selling dreams, no direction. I was studying candles while they flexing their possessions. Now the whole team eating off discipline progression. See, the market don't care about emotion or your ego. One bad trade turned a winner to a zero. That's why I move calm, real surgical with the reload, waiting on the setup. Patience sharper than a needle. None of me, yeah, the pressure start building. Everybody over trading. I'm just watching how they feeling. Shockwave on the chart, and the moment start revealing how the levels line up and the confidence appeal. I used to chase every move, now I'm focused on precision. Cut the noise out the room, and destruction my religion. Took losses on the chin, turned pain into tuition. Not a whole playbook, different when you trade with a vision. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the bands. That's why strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart action trading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we don't care but we prepare. Every loss another lesson, every win come from awareness. That's the motto every day. Consistency the mission, we just level up the play. See, I done seen the fake gurus come and go quick. Screenshots look good, but the lifestyle don't fit. We was in the trenches, really building through the losses. Learning risk management before I ever taught profits. Now it's live streams, game plans, market breakdowns. Everybody's locked in, why don't you can't stay now? AI tools, flow data, levels mapped out. Trade assist engine got the whole team spaced out. Ever needed man bows just to prove I got results. I learned to teach a trader how to never self-destruct. Cause one good system with discipline enough can change your whole life when the pressure gets tough. That's why the movement bigger than a Discord or a trade. It's a mindset shift, watch the confidence get raised. From beginner to advance, every lesson get engraved. Repeat, refine, that's the way greatness made. Structure over noise, yeah, we mean from where to plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the band. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, they ain't rushing for the band. That's why strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart actions later, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we don't need more to pay. Every loss another lesson, every leg go from awareness. That's the motto, everything. Consistency the mission, we just level up the place, yeah. Trading, Shockwave 15. Let's buy strikers. Trade safe. Trade smart. And dominate. Yeah. Smart action trading. Spot traders. We ain't chasing hype. We chasing structure. Look. I came from the bottom where the charts move reckless. Everybody online selling dreams, no direction. I was studying candles while they flexing their possessions. Now the whole team eating off discipline progression. See, the market don't care about emotion or your ego. One bad trade turned a winner to a zero. That's why I move calm, real surgical with the reload, waiting on the setup. Patience sharper than a needle. None of me, yeah, the pressure start building. Everybody over trading, I'm just watching how they feeling. Shockwave on the chart, and the moment start revealing how the levels line up and the confidence appeal. I used to chase every move, now I'm focused on precision. Cut the noise out the room, and destruction my religion. Took losses on the chin, turned pain into tuition. Not a whole playbook, different when you trade with a vision. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the bands. That's why strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart action trading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we don't care but we prepare. Every loss another lesson, every win come from awareness. that's the motto every day. Consistency the mission, we just level up the play. See, I done seen the fake gurus come and go quick. Screenshots look good, but the lifestyle don't fit. We was in the trenches, really building through the losses. Learning risk management before I ever taught profits. Now it's live streams, game plans, market breakdowns. Everybody's locked in, why don't you can't stay now? AI tools, flow data, levels mapped out. Trade assist engine got the whole team spaced out. Ever needed man bows just to prove I got results. I learned to teach a trader how to never self-destruct. Cause one good system with discipline enough can change your whole life when the pressure gets tough. That's why the movement bigger than a Discord or a trade. It's a mindset shift, watch the confidence get raised. From beginner to advance, every lesson get engraved. And repeat, refine, that's the way greatness made. Structure over noise, yeah, we mean for where to plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't worship for the band. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, they ain't rushing for the band. Spot strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart actions later, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, new name, boy, to pair. Every loss, another lesson, every leg go from awareness. Flow. That's the motto, everything. Consistency the mission, we just level up the place, yeah. Forex trading, Shopway 15. Let's buy strikers. Trade safe. Trade smart. And dominate. Yeah. Smart action trading. Spot strikers. We ain't chasing hype. We chasing structure. Look. I came from the bottom where the charts move reckless. Everybody online selling dreams, no direction. I was studying candles while they flexing their possessions. Now the whole team eating off discipline progression. See, the market don't care about emotion or your ego. One bad trade turned a winner to a zero. That's why I move calm, real surgical with the reload. Waiting on the setup, patience sharper than the needle. None of me, yeah, the pressure start building. Everybody over trading, I'm just watching how they feeling. Shockwave on the chart and the moment start revealing how the levels line up and the confidence appeal. I used to chase every move, now I'm focused on precision. Cut the noise out the room, and destruction my religion. Took losses on the chin, turned pain into tuition. Not a whole playbook, different when you trade with a vision. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the bands. Let's buy strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart action trading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we don't care but we prepare. Every loss another lesson, every win come from awareness. That's the motto every day. Consistency the mission, we just level up the play. See, I done seen the fake gurus come and go quick. Screenshots look good, but the lifestyle don't fit. We was in the trenches, really building through the losses. Learning risk management before I ever taught profits. Now it's live streams, game plans, market breakdowns. Everybody's locked in, why don't you can't stay now? AI tools, flow data, levels mapped out. Trade assist engine got the whole team spaced out. Ever needed man bows just to prove I got results. I learned to teach a trader how to never self-destruct. Cause one good system with discipline enough can change your whole life when the pressure gets tough. That's why the movement bigger than a Discord or a trade. It's a mindset shift, watch the confidence get raised. From beginner to advance, every lesson get engraved. And repeat, refine, that's the way greatness made. Structure over noise, yeah, we mean for where to plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't worship for the band. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, they ain't rushing for the band. Spot strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart actions later, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, new name, boy, to pair. Every loss another lesson, every leg go from awareness. Flow. That's the motto, everything. Consistency the mission, we just level up the place, yeah. Forex trading, Shopway 15. Let's buy strikers. Trade safe. Trade smart. And dominate. Yeah. Smart action trading. Spot traders. We ain't chasing hype. We chasing structure. Look. I came from the bottom where the charts move reckless. Everybody online selling dreams, no direction. I was studying candles while they flexing their possessions. Now the whole team eating off discipline progression. See, the market don't care about emotion or your ego. One bad trade turn a winner to a zero. That's why I move calm, real surgical with the reload. Waiting on the setup, patience sharper than the needle. None of me, yeah, the pressure start building. Everybody over trading, I'm just watching how they feeling. Shot crave on the chart and the moment start revealing how the levels line up and the confidence appeal. I used to chase every move, now I'm focused on precision. Cut the noise out the room, and destruction my religion. Took losses on the chin, turned pain into tuition. Not a whole playbook, different when you trade with a vision. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the bands. That's my strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart action trading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we don't care but we prepare. Every boss another lesson, every win come from awareness. That's the motto every day. Consistency the mission. We just level up the play. See, I done seen the fake gurus come and go quick. Screenshots look good, but the lifestyle don't fit. We was in the trenches, really building through the losses. Learning risk management before I ever taught profits. Now it's live streams, game plans, market breakdowns. Everybody's locked in. Why don't you can't stake now? AI tools, flow data, levels mapped out. Trade assist engine got the whole team spaced out. Ever need a man, but it was just to prove I got results. I learned to teach a trader how to never self-destruct. Cause one good system with discipline enough can change your whole life when the pressure gets tough. That's why the movement bigger than a Discord or a trade. It's a mindset shift. Watch the confidence get raised from beginner to advance. Every lesson get engraved. Repeat, refine. That's the way greatness made. Structure over noise. Yeah, we mean for with a plan. Real traders build slow. We ain't rushing for the band. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, they ain't rushing for the band. Spot strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart action trading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, ni un tiempo y tu pe. Every loss another lesson, every leg go from awareness. Structure over noise, that's the motto everything. Consistency the mission, we just level up the place, yeah. Forex trading, Shopway 15. Let's buy strikers. Trade safe. Trade smart. And dominate. Yeah. Smart action trading. Spot traders. We ain't chasing hype. We chasing structure. Look. I came from the bottom where the charts move reckless. Everybody online selling dreams, no direction. I was studying candles while they flexing their possessions. Now the whole team eating off discipline progression. See, the market don't care about emotion or your ego. One bad trade turn a winner to a zero. That's why I move calm, real surgical with the reload. Waiting on the setup, patience sharper than the needle. None of me, yeah, the pressure start building. Everybody over trading, I'm just watching how they feeling. Shot crave on the chart and the moment start revealing how the levels line up and the confidence confidence appeal. I used to chase every move, now I'm focused on precision. Cut the noise out the room, and destruction my religion. Took losses on the chin, turned pain into tuition. Not a whole playbook, different when you trade with a vision. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the bands. That's my strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart action trading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we don't gamble, we prepare. Every loss another lesson, every win come from awareness. Structure over noise, that's the motto every day. Consistency the mission, we just level up the play. See, I done seen the fake gurus come and go quick. Screenshots look good, but the lifestyle don't fit. We was in the trenches, really building through the losses. Learning risk management before I ever taught profits. Now it's live streams, game plans, market breakdowns. Everybody's locked in, why don't you can't stake now? AI tools, flow data, levels mapped out. Trade assist engine got the whole team spaced out. Ever needed Mambos just to prove I got results. I learned to teach a trader how to never self-destruct. Cause one good system with discipline enough can change your whole life when the pressure gets tough. That's why the movement bigger than a Discord or a trade. It's a mindset shift, watch the confidence get raised. From beginner to advance, every lesson get engraved. Repeat, refine, that's the way greatness made. Structure over noise, yeah, we mean from where to plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the band. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, they ain't rushing for the band. That's my strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart actions trading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we don't need more to pay. Every loss another lesson, every leg go from awareness. That's the motto, everything. Consistency the mission, we just level up the place, yeah. Forex trading, Shockwave 15. Let's buy strikers. Trade safe. Trade smart. And dominate. Yeah. Smart action trading. Spot strikers. We ain't chasing hype. We chasing structure. Look. I came from the bottom where the charts move reckless. Everybody online selling dreams, no direction. I was studying candles while they flexing their possessions. Now the whole team eating off discipline progression. See, the market don't care about emotion or your ego. One bad trade turn a winner to a zero. That's why I move calm, real surgical with the reload. Waiting on the setup, patience sharper than the needle. None of me, yeah, the pressure start building. Everybody over trading, I'm just watching how they feeling. Shockwave on the chart and the moment start revealing how the levels line up and the confidence appeal. I used to chase every move, now I'm focused on precision. Cut the noise out the room, and destruction my religion. Took losses on the chin, turned pain into tuition. Not a whole playbook, different when you trade with a vision. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the bands. That's my strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart action trading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we don't gamble, we prepare. Every loss another lesson, every win come from awareness. That's the motto every day. Consistency the mission, we just level up the play. See, I done seen the fake gurus come and go quick. Screenshots look good, but the lifestyle don't fit. We was in the trenches, really building through the losses. Learning risk management before I ever taught profits. Now it's live streams, game plans, market breakdowns. Everybody's locked in, why don't you can't stake now? AI tools, flow data, levels mapped out. Trade assist engine got the whole team spaced out. Ever needed Mambos just to prove I got results. I learned to teach a trader how to never self-destruct. Cause one good system with discipline enough can change your whole life when the pressure gets tough. That's why the movement bigger than a Discord or a trade. It's a mindset shift, watch the confidence get raised. From beginner to advance, every lesson get engraved. Repeat, refine, that's the way greatness made. Structure over noise, yeah, we mean from where to plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the band. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, they ain't rushing for the bands. Spot strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart actions later, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, new tiempo y tu pe. Every loss another lesson, every leg on from awareness flow. That's the motto, everything. Consistency the mission, we just level up the place, yeah. Forex trading, Shopway 15. Let's buy strikers. Trade safe. Trade smart. And dominate. Yeah. Smart action trading. Spot traders. We ain't chasing hype. We chasing structure. Look. I came from the bottom where the charts move reckless. Everybody online selling dreams, no direction. I was studying candles while they flexing their possessions. Now the whole team eating off discipline progression. See, the market don't care about emotion or your ego. One bad trade turned a winner to a zero. That's why I move calm, real surgical with the reload. Waiting on the setup, patience sharper than the needle. None of me, yeah, the pressure start building. Everybody over trading, I'm just watching how they feeling. Shockwave on the chart and the moment start revealing how the levels line up and the confidence appeal. I used to chase every move, now I'm focused on precision. Cut the noise out the room, made destruction my religion. Took losses on the chin, turned pain into tuition. Not a whole playbook, different when you trade with a vision. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the bands. Let's buy strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart action trading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we don't care but we prepare. Every boss another lesson, every win come from awareness. That's the motto every day. Consistency the mission, we just level up the play. See, I done seen the fake gurus come and go quick. Screenshots look good, but the lifestyle don't fit. We was in the trenches, really building through the losses. Level risk management before I ever taught profits. Now it's live streams, game plans, market breakdowns. Everybody's locked in, why don't you can't stake now? AI tools, flow data, levels mapped out. Trade assist engine got the whole team spaced out. Ever needed man bows just to prove I got results. I learned to teach a trader how to never self-destruct. Cause one good system with discipline enough can change your whole life when the pressure gets tough. That's why the movement bigger than the Discord or the trade.
Top of the morning, traders, and happy Friday, May 22nd. Welcome to the Most Backpack Live Trader Show, where we live trade breakdown charts, confine impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled week, another opportunity-filled day. Last trading day of the week, of course. Ramp down Friday, free trade Friday, 150 likes. I'll share the link to the delay-free stream. We do have the long weekend coming up, guys, so make sure to do your due diligence as far as what kind of trades you want to take. Don't take major losses outside of your defined risk. Protect your capital. Defense wins championships. Very important to do that, guys. If you're trading today, size down. Just a friendly recommendation. If you don't see your setups, don't take any trades. Have your levels marked out and take advantage of the best opportunities. So we're looking to gap up to open things up, and we're gapping up right here to open things up. Of course, what comes into play is Friday's gap. Friday's gap comes into play, so we'll pay attention to that. Right out the gate, Tesla. Tesla is a little bit erratic here. NVIDIA dumping here. AMD did show some promise. See if Tesla can continue to push. Meta out the gate. Good morning, guys. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Thumbs up in the chat if the audio is good. Thumbs up in the chat if the audio is good. Happy Friday. Smash the like button when you come in, traders. Please hit the like button. Yep. Make sure to like, guys. So we still have yet to hit that 200 like mark. We'll hit it one day, all right? But that is our goal. So let's see when that can take place. Maybe today's the day, but I need your support in doing that. Good morning, George and followers. May God bless you and your family, health, and trading accounts in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen, amen, amen. I hope you receive 200 likes. Today might be the day. Peace and grace, y'all. Where can I find the song? So a lot of you have been asking me where can I find the songs. All right, there might be a SAT album that comes out. Okay, who knows? Might have to do a whole album, a whole course on trading via music. Good morning, Jimmy. Good morning, Mimi. Good morning, Vanuz. Good morning, Wolverine. All right, so gap up to open things up. We're above that daily upside breaker. Okay, so let me just clean up the format just a little bit here on YouTube. All right, kind of that screen's a little bit. There we go. Let me just clean it up a little bit. Okay. Again, make sure to join our community, guys. If you want access to the delay-free, ad-free stream, Apple is taking off here, along with access to a ton of resources. There goes Tesla. There goes a Meta. AMD's showing some strength as well. AMD retest of that weekly upside break coming into play. We'll keep a close eye on that. SPY's PMH is right here. SPY's PMH is right there. Where's all-time highs? I'm glad that you asked. Right there. So you can see a clean runway. If the bulls want, right, they can make a nice run up here. Synchronized buying across the board. The only thing holding us back is the Dow. IW, nice bounce off VWAP. PMH and IW, 285.10. Right. What I was saying to our team members, our strikers, right? This can very well happen, but that's right. That might be a little too straightforward, right? But they've exhausted so many traders by this time that the obvious might even come to fruition. You never know what to expect with this market. That's why you can't have that inherent bias. You have to have that mentality of see opportunity, take advantage of opportunity. What happened before, right? Let that kind of stay where it is. Because if you try to bring that into the next trade opportunity, it's going to really blind you. The Dow's testing that VWAP, nice bounce off VWAP on IW, headed towards that PMH. How do you guys like the new layout? Trading view is now showing my indicator. Try copying the indicator and then pasting it again, or refreshing trading view, or send me a screenshot of what that looks like. Okay, NVIDIA's below that PML. SNDK falling off a cliff. MU falling off a cliff. Testing that PML. ExxonMobil getting a nice little bounce. IBM has been in the headlines. As you're coming in, guys, smash the like button. Make sure to like. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. Okay, does a ton for our channel, for the health of the channel, for the health of our community. Liking is good, and the principles of reciprocity, right? If you're utilizing something, it's very important that you do your part as well. All right, don't be a freeloader. Apple is looking good. Tesla, strength on Tesla. Apple, Tesla, Meta, AMD all showing strength to the upside. So those are some early candidates for a shockwave. I saw your VPN label. Not seeing YouTube. Is YouTube down? It should be up. Bill, try again. I usually make the link to the stream available the day before, but I didn't get a chance to do it yesterday. Still getting a little adjusted to no new location. Okay, Amazon is trying to make a push above PMH. So far, a couple of names above PMH, that pre-market high, are Apple. Apple is above PMH. Tesla continues to push. Okay, Tesla did have enough fuel earlier to break, and now the question becomes, can Tesla hold? Can Tesla hold? If it can hold, we got gold. If we can hold, we got some gold. I had some fuel to bounce off of a major level, and now it's doing that. So let's see if it has continued acceleration. All right, SPY on the hourly, just candle over candle, continues to push. Qs are coming into that PMH. What's really holding us back, guys, is the Dow. The Dow's below VWAP. Let's see if you can try to recapture VWAP. We'll have an alert right there on the Dow. IW's at VWAP as well. IW's at that daily open. Okay, IW's at that daily open. So Apple. Keep in mind all those mega cap tech names, guys. Treat those contracts as 0 DTEs. All right, Apple comes into play via shockwave. Count me in. Apple. There's a triple dip opportunity yesterday on Apple. Apple was one of the trades that worked in our favor. I gave it a second attempt, double dip, stopped out, and eventually third attempt worked out, but unfortunately wasn't there for it. So Apple will keep a close eye on that 310. Okay, very lotto friendly, small account friendly there. 310s are trading at 60 cents. We have about 35,000 on the volume. Right, a lot of volume there. On the contracts, another Microsoft. Not a big fan of Microsoft as far as those spreads are concerned. Tesla pulling back here, so watch for that PMH retest on Tesla. Meta has that convincing strength as well. Meta, looking at the Meta spreads, 615s. Okay, if you're gonna use the strike as the contract, you can go 620s. All right, but 615s are there, so Microsoft has that strength as well. ARM showing some strength. Palantir trying to hold up PMH. Broadcom trading below PMH. So some early candidates are Apple, Microsoft, of course, Meta. Tesla's coming back for that retest. SPY broke above PMH. So that PMH retest on SPY can come into play as well. Qs are above PMH as well. Qs are above that PMH. Now between us and all-time highs, it's just there's not a lot of friction. If I'm taking the calls on SPY, I'll look towards the you can go with the 748s, 749, 750s. All right, 750s have the most amount of volume. They're going to be 2 points out the money. If we're waiting for that PMH retest. Qs 722.03, and this is huge, guys, because if we get into this level up here, that tells us that we are going bullish engulfing. Okay, MU is trying to make a run here. Palantir starting to get a nice little push to the upside. Palantir catching a bit off that PML, close to that PML. Tesla's testing that PMH, see if there's legitimate buyers there. Nvidia's bouncing off those lows. See Palantir come into play. Okay. Good morning, Teach Things 85. Good morning, good morning. Yep, it's Friday. Time flies. Time flies when you're having fun. Time flies when you're having fun. We're coming for that PMH tests. PMH and 9, PMH and 9, PMH and 9. Keep in mind, 10 o'clock, we do have a catalyst. 10 o'clock, we do have a catalyst. If you're looking for that PMH and 9 test, hammer. 2 candlestick combo. What you're looking for. Okay, Tesla's trying to bounce off that level. AMD's also trying to bounce off that PMH. So keep in mind, we gapped up to open things up. Okay, we gapped up to open things up. So this is our first test of a level. First test. Down goes Google. Down goes Goog. Down goes Goog. So Google selling off aggressively. Goog 390, Goog 380s for the puts. Palantir showing strength now, guys. Palantir showing some strength. Palantir's action hasn't been the cleanest, all right, but it is trying to seek that major resistance. SPY is testing that PMH. Palantir 140. It continues to show strength. Okay, the Dow's trying to recapture. Recapture. Okay, here we go. Here we go. What kind of response do we get off that PMH? All right, you notice we get some shenanigans at some of these major key levels. We get shenanigans at these major key levels. I had to refresh working now. Okay, good. Just needed to refresh it. Good. That's all I need sometimes, just a quick refresh. So PMH test. All right, so the bull's first test. All right, is that PMH. The bull's first test is that PMH. If that PMH and that 9 can hold, okay, we have to respect the bulls in this area. And that can fuel us into shockwave. All right. And you want to take that PMH test? Again, guys, make sure to like the video. We got 160 plus people joining us. 40 likes. The goal is 1030. If we can get to 100 likes before 1030, we're automatically eligible for a giveaway. Automatically eligible for a giveaway if you took that nice little bounce, PMH at 9. Okay. Manage your position accordingly. What will help this get to the highs of the day is if the Dow can reclaim that VWAP and if the Qs can get back above 720.10. Okay. Ideally, I want to see a nice little break. Okay. There's more than scalpable. You can maybe low double-digit scalp in less than a minute. Is there? Let that 5-minute candle settle. So these are the two lows we got so far. Tesla starting to slide. Oh, the alert. Okay, like is it like a bird chirp? Okay, let me put that down. Okay, here. So if the alert does come in, I'm gonna put the volume down. There. Okay. So shockwave time. Shockwave time. Palantir might be the first to go. Palantir 139. Tesla to the downside. Tesla to the downside. 421.36. All right. Use confirmation. Define your risk before taking any trades. All right. ARM is brewing. Netflix possible to the downside. Keep a close eye. You said now service now. Yeah, now above 104.59 for momentum. Who took this PMH? If you took this PMH, okay, now you can try to target those highs, and it can be 2 setups in one. 2 in 1. Okay, for SPY, I'm looking at the 748s. Okay, see if Q's can reclaim PMH. The Dow's looking to go. IW, don't sneak off. IWM as well. Keep a close eye on IW. IW 285 calls. Keep a close eye. IW has room into PMH. Pound here. Down goes Tesla. Tesla for the puts. Do your due diligence. Okay. Tesla for the puts. AMD. See the AMD breaks down. AMD for the puts coming up. Okay, we took Tesla, manage accordingly. You have a little bit of room. Until 419. 419 even. Okay, 419 even on Tesla. AMD for the puts. The Qs are failing to hold above PMH. ARM taking flight. Exxon pushing to the upside. Okay. If this PMH fails, if this high, this low, higher low, we had a lower low, slide incoming. Slide incoming. Netflix, keep a close eye on Netflix. Qs are headed towards that VWAP. AMD's contracts are through the roof, all right? So be careful there, all right? Do your ticker due diligence. If you scalp Tesla, good. See profit, take profit. There's the model. We got Google brewing. We got Exxon taking off. We got ARM taking off as well. To the upside. Right? Are these buyers just stubborn? What we are seeing is we have a tendency to have those bigger moves late mid shift or late after first shift. All right, mid shift, middle of a second shift, late second shift, early third shift. We know all-time highs right there. I mean, do they just want to make it as obvious? Just a straight line up. All right. Remember, the market's intended, if it wants to go somewhere, it's going to try to engineer as much liquidity as possible and take the most efficient path. If you scalp Tesla there, good. If Tesla comes back into play, I'm looking at the 415s. 415 puts. On Tesla, if it comes back into play, if it falls back below that level, I'll take the 415 puts on Tesla. Okay, I'll take Tesla right there. I'm in the puts. On Tesla, my risk is right there via shockwave. If you did take Tesla puts, manage accordingly. Okay, if the fact that SPY breaks down will help Tesla's case. Tesla, let's see if we can get it into that 420.52. Okay, up 6 on Tesla, up 12. TP if you need to. Okay. See if I can take Tesla into the lows of the day. 420.52. Up 12. All right, I want to get a scale out or push into those lows. All right, but if you want to treat it as a scalp, please do, guys. 12 is very respectable. Ideally, I want SPY to stay below that PMH. I'm looking for that scale out. They're giving the scalps, right? I might be forcing things, right? Looking for follow through when they're not giving that follow through. I want SPY to stay below PMH, still in Tesla. Right, if you took profits at 12, good, good, good. If you're still holding, if your risk is still defined. All right, if it doesn't go in your favor, you get stopped out. If you want just your stop, you can't get upset if you didn't take profits at 12 because your plan was something else. All right. SPY, see SPY can move that daily open. I want to see the Qs stay below that VWAP. They're testing VWAP currently here. Buyers are trying to pick up Tesla. Right? If they fail, Tesla will slide to 420.52. All right, that's what this back and forth is for. Who scalped Tesla? Dollar signs in the chat if you're done with Tesla. Diamond in the chat if you're holding Tesla. All right, preferably in this case, guys, SPY stay below PMH. Qs stay below VWAP. That would help Tesla smooth slide to 420.52. Okay. We have a new 5-minute candle coming in a minute and 40 seconds. You can see this buyer's trying to pick it up here. See SPY can continue to slide into that daily open. We might have some buyers interested here. Okay, so we had these. You see these lows? Low, higher low, low, lower low. So unless we get a higher high, okay, this thing is going towards that daily open. Okay, Apple is coming into play. Keep a close eye on Apple. Nvidia, good, good, good. The biggest danger for Tesla is tweezer bottom off those lows. Nvidia, let's take a look at Nvidia. Nvidia, just be mindful of those contracts might be slightly elevated. Good, good, good. Where is Meta? Meta, yeah, Meta's testing that 200 EMA on the hourly. All right, if SPY reclaims as PMH and the Qs start to go hammer off the VWAP, right, Tesla might start to get towards that level there. All right, so I want the Qs, I want SPY to stay below PMH. See if Tesla can slide one more time. This 5-minute candle has a few seconds left, 15 seconds left. Okay, so still in Tesla. Did see upwards of 11-12%. Currently down 1% break-even area. So if you want to tighten your stop on Tesla, you can use that 5-minute candles high. So you don't want that to break. I'm looking for a flag break on Tesla to the downside. 15 is trying to go doji. I like that rejection on SPY there. Okay, so I want that. See if Tesla can slide into the lows of the day. So I want to get a lower low here on Tesla as it starts to flag. Okay, Tesla's up 10. Okay, TP if you need to, guys. All right. Everyone has different risk profile, TP profile, all right, reward profile, but it's up 10. Need that break below those lows, and we can start to slide. I like how SPY rejected off that PMH. Okay, up 12 on Tesla. Go, go, go. Okay, 15. Okay, go, go, go. I'm gonna take a majority off right there at 15 on Tesla. First TP on Tesla at 15%. Okay, below that 5-minute candles low. Now I'm gonna move my stop to that 15-minute candles high. I'll see if it wants to run to the downside. Okay, took a majority off 15% Tesla. All right, we are seeing there's some buyers that are just these stubborn buyers. Okay. Stubborn buyers, to say the least. All right. So if you scalped it, even though it didn't give you a TP or a scale out, right? This is 15%. I mean, can turn down that 15%. So what I want to see is a complete structural breakdown here. All right, I already took a majority off 15%. I want to see my risk. I'm going to adjust my risk to there. No close back about 422.24. See if there's another move in it. If there is, good. If there isn't, we'll get stopped. We can see SPY is trying to, we have lower highs now. So lower highs on SPY. As long as we don't make a higher high, structurally reclaim that PMH. All right, we are headed towards that daily open on SPY. AMD also cooking, guys. AMD is also looking nice. NVIDIA to the downside. Okay. How we doing so far, guys? Rocking with you every day. Top Dog, appreciate it for supporting the channel, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. And if you've been tuning in this week is a great example, right? Especially the past few days, trades haven't been going in my favor, and that's the reality of trading, right? That's the reality of the trading, right? And you have to be able to navigate through the times where you're not, maybe you're not executing as well. Okay, maybe the probability is not working in your favor. Maybe you're going through a period of where you want a little more TP, right? And it happens. But can you withstand that? Can you recover from that? All right, because what you want is you want to always be in the middle. What I mean by that is your system is here. So sometimes when you stray a little too far to the right, all right, you can have moments where you stray a little too far to the right, a little too far to the left. But if you have no foundation, okay, you can easily make these moments of straying your new home. Right? So the question becomes, when you're going through a period like that, how quickly, all right, how quickly can you revert back to your mean, basically? Okay, revert back to your mean. How quickly? All right, when things are a little shaky, how quickly can you get back to your quote-unquote regular self? Tesla runners down 9, 10. Again, my stop is there. SPY's trying to break out here. A little bit of a volume imbalance. We are seeing some buyers here on the 5. All right, so if you're on the 5, you might be a little excited. You're going to see that hammer break above those highs. There can be something there. Apple will be a candidate to the upside if we start to rip to the upside. Appreciate the support. D-Mobile, as always, $10 super chat. Yeah, it's all in one. It's education, podcast, you name it. Runners getting hammered here. About to get stopped on Tesla. Okay. So runners not going anywhere on Tesla. And just as I right, just as I close the runner, look at the shenanigans candle. All right, that's fine. All right. That's okay. Apple is brewing. Yeah, it's a podcast, it's a live stream, it's a show. If you're still holding Tesla, that was a nice little fake out. Nice little shake and bake, and now look at that shenanigans candle. What they did here is vicious, guys. They trapped a lot of people playing this break, right? They get excited, they see the break, they see that we're bouncing off the VWAP, get that confirmation, and whoosh, look how vicious that is. Because on the 5, it looks clean. I mean, I don't blame someone for taking this back the upside, right? Again, it's a couple of tweezer bottom action off the VWAP, tweezer bottom action off that PMH, okay? And then you get that nice little break, okay? You see the light at the end of the tunnel, and boom, you get knocked out. So in that case, if you're a trader, you have risk management protocols in place. Okay, you're just gonna get a cut. If you don't, if it's just make or break, and there's no risk management, instead of getting stopped out, there's a possibility for you to get wiped out. Okay, that's the difference. Netflix puts sliding to the downside. Palantir starting to cook as well to the downside. Nvidia continues to push lower. That was vicious. Okay, that was vicious. How we doing, guys? Amazon. 25% IW. IW sneaky. IW sneaky push, 25%. Beautiful catch. So Tesla worked nicely to the downside. Nvidia starting to break. Palantir starting to break. Amazon trying to break, but keep in mind that PML is right there. AMD breaking down, not the best contract. Google looking to break down. Exxon continues to push forward to the upside. Netflix, nice little slide. That was vicious. Okay. Look at this. Qs are being sold off. Qs are looking to break those lows. Okay, let's see if I can get a nice little signal on the Qs. If everything starts to dump, Tesla gets back into that entry area, I don't mind double dipping on Tesla. Right? If the entire market starts to sell off, I don't mind double dipping on Tesla. You can see, right? Is this high? Is this high higher than this high? Nope. We continue to push lower, back that daily open. So now is there a new cohort of buyers that want to get involved up daily open and say, hey, you know what? We have an option to buy it at the same price at 930. That seems valuable to us. Let's put some capital, allocate some capital. If there isn't enough of them, we trigger that downside push. Keeping a close eye on the Qs. Keeping a close eye on the Qs here. 717s, or you can go 715s. If you have a smaller account, you can go 716s as well. The Qs contracts are a little pricey. So Tesla just provided a scalp. Google is starting to cook. Nvidia TP1. Nvidia TP1. IWM, if IWM recaptures this level, IW, we have the 9, we have that level as well. IWM 285 calls loading. We can recapture that area. Okay, get a nice little bounce on IW. Okay, starting to bounce now. Trying to flicker. Okay. They getting ready for puts. Give Tesla a break. Letting it cook. Good. Main thing is this week has just been scalping. Right, scalping and taking profits. I could have done a little bit of a better job on that. Right, always look for things to improve. And we do have that long weekend as well, guys. So again, take some time. At least spend 50 hours, okay? 50 hours away from the charts. At minimum 24 hours. All right, the charts don't love us that much, all right? They don't love us. Apple is Apple calls brewing. As everything is dumping and Apple's still trying to push. I'm gonna throw an alert on Apple here. Above 308.94 confirmation. See if IW can get that recapture. Down go the Qs. Okay, so we came with that daily open. All right, these stubborn buyers do step up near the lows, so keep that in mind, guys. If you're looking to short below here, take shockwaves to the downside. All right, get some good confirmation. Good cut on Tesla. Good night, Palantir. TP1 hit. TP1 hit on Palantir for the puts. Tesla, good cut. Apple is cooking. Apple looking at the these ones, the 310s. Those are going to be small account friendly. Oh, look at that, guys. Look at that. And look at Apple. Apple, while we're selling off, Apple's not doing anything. Still holding up. So watch out for this. Some of that manipulation there. Yeah, Meta still within that opening range. All right, just be careful. Stubborn buyers have been stubborn. Get conclusive evidence. I'm looking at IWM as well. If we start to bounce off this area, IWM reclaim come into play. I have the 285s loaded. If this turns out to be a grab, I have 285s loaded on IW, and I have Apple above 308.94. Okay. IW has been good to us. Last week was good to us. I don't think I've taken a trade this week on IW. Maybe early this week. For some reason, this week has felt like 2 weeks in one. All right, maybe it's just me. It went by fast, but at the same time, it felt like it was a long week. Tesla double dip opportunity if it comes into play. Market continues shows a weakness, that I'll be there. I don't mind. I want to see, are buyers interested? If they're interested, okay, I'll take the names that have strength, pre-existing strength. Okay, if they're not interested, I'll take the names that already have that weakness and got that relief pop to the upside. Okay, so what are we seeing? We're seeing an interest. Okay, see if we can at least get above that daily open. I'm looking at IW here. IWM for the calls. See, that candle can at least go hammer by the time it closes. I'm using the 5. Scalp to the downside on the Qs. Okay, if Palantir continues to sell off, guys. Palantir's at that daily downside breaker. All right, so that's a great area to TP or to hit TP1. So Palantir might be the MVP today. Palantir might be the MVP. Been following and liking the videos recently, and since coming across your page, I trade and take most of my trades in a 5-minute, but go all on watching the system and hearing the thought process to your trades. Up 52% on puts, holding runners. Beautiful job. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Is that on a SPY? Is that on SPY maybe? Amazon. All right, nice little drop on Amazon. Down, back to VWAP. So structurally, all right, we're headed lower. We got a high there, we got a high there. So all these highs are lower than the previous highs. Okay, so our buyers interested at the jaws of that gap up. So we did dip into the jaws of that gap up from this morning. Apple is bubbling. Apple is bubbling. So the names that went, Nvidia went nicely, Palantir went nicely. We did take a trade on Tesla for a nice double-digit opportunity, and then stopped out on runners. Okay, do we want to go the other way? They've been vicious to these traders, guys. Especially the opening range traders. They've been brutalizing opening range traders if you don't have that predefined entry model system. Right? They've just been giving scalps. Past few weeks, they've been spoiling the open range traders because there's momentum. Okay. Okay, keep a close eye on Apple. I'm keeping a close eye on IWM calls. I want that push back above that level. Count me in if we're back above that level. SPY struggling at that daily open. Okay, SPY struggling at that daily open. Apple and IWM, keep a close eye. Apple already triggered, just waiting for confirmation from the engine. Apple already triggered. Yes, I sold. Beautiful, beautiful, guys. Make sure make a beautiful job by Mimi. Make sure to like the video. Let's get 100 likes. We are close. We have 29 minutes, 19 minutes left. 19 minutes left. 100 likes. We'll do the giveaway later, some point later. Okay, that is the goal. Keep a close eye on Apple. Very small account friendly on Apple. Okay, keep a close eye on Apple. Okay, I'll take Apple right there. Off the initial call entry. All right, if you want a maximum confirmation, wait until it prints. I've been doing that a lot this week. It's kind of front running a little bit. These contracts are their price is very low, so the percentage are going to look outrageous. My risk is there. On Apple, let me put this here. The reason is because these treat them like 0 DTEs. Where can I put this? I'll put this here. Okay. All right, just waiting for that signal to print. It flashed, so I got caught in the flash. Okay, see if there's a legitimate break on SPY. Watch the cues for the puts as well. We'll babysit Apple. All right. Risk already allocated and defined and allocated on Apple. So we'll let that do what it needs to do. Okay. Qs look interesting for the puts. IWM didn't get that initial reclaim of that level, so nothing there. So no signals yet on SPY. No signals yet on SPY. Qs did provide a nice little scalp. So the Qs are the ones kind of weighing us down. So keep a close eye on the Qs to the downside if we start to break down. Okay. So now we're in the jaws of the gap from this morning. We're in the jaws of the gap from this morning. See if that signal can last. First signal of the day, let it print. Print means what happens is as the engine is doing the calculation, it's processing the signal. If it's not printed, it's going to flash on and off based on that. You see how it just flashes on and off because it's doing the calculation. So if you want maximum confirmation, wait for it to fully print. Intel's starting to go. Look at this, guys. These stubborn buyers. It's so dangerous to go short at the very lows of the day. All the past 3 days, right? They've been punishing the shorts below any of those lows. If we reject off of this area, that daily open here, okay, structurally we have some resistance there. Okay, we can see meta slide. If we break out here, we can put some pressure on this trend line resistance, and we can maybe try to make a break. Right, since all-time highs are right there, we talked about, hey, this is too. Sometimes when it's too easy, it can be a trap. When it looks too good to be true, it's false. All right, because sometimes when it looks too good to be true, it can be true, but 80% of the time it's false. So until proof otherwise, if it looks too good to be true, it's false. Okay, Apple coming back into play. All right. Okay, go, 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 Apple. Okay, if you did take Apple, manage accordingly. Intel, keep a close eye on Intel. Has a momentum break. Intel. Only issue is with Intel, guys. Those the IVs through the roof. All right, the IV has not recovered. It's still 100%. So the IV is trading like it's reporting earnings. If SPY starts to break down, keep a close eye on the Qs because the sell-off can be concentrated to the mega cap tech names. Okay, manage Apple accordingly. Okay, if you need to TP did see upwards of 6-7%. I can't let the kids hear what I said. All right, I said 6-7. All right, Apple's up 10. Did sit through a little bit of drawdown. That's on this initial candle there. So if I see Apple can start to push. Okay, now let's see if that signal can get generated. Apple's up 14. TP if you need to. Want that 5-minute candle. Nice close of that 5-minute candle. At least give me a close above that level. When it's all said and done, what will give me confidence on this position is if this can close above that on the 5-minute candle. All right, if you took profits already, 14, 15%, very respectable. Okay. SPY might try to break down here. That might kind of slow Apple down. Okay, Qs are starting to break down. Keep a close eye on the Qs. Tesla, yeah, Tesla's trying to go full circle. Full circle on Tesla. Apple, I want to see a close above 308.94. Okay, 308.94 close on Apple will be good. Insert 6-7 joke here. All right, who TP'd on Tesla? I mean, who TP'd on Apple? 15%. Amazon for the puts, brewing as well. SPY for the puts, Qs for the puts, also brewing. Past 3 days, they have not given any of the sellers an opportunity to short to the downside off momentum. Is today the day? Okay. Is today the day? Babysitting Apple still. Okay, this 5-minute candle has 20 seconds left. So if we close above the 5-minute candles, this 5-minute, opening range high, 308.94, we'll be good to go. And I'll just manage it 5 by 5. Okay, so stop will be very close to tighter stop. We'll manage it 5 by 5. Okay, see if SPY can start to push. Break above here. Okay, SPY, Qs are starting to break down. I want Apple to get above that 309.26. And since these are zeros, they need to start to move. Since these are zeros, they need to start to move. So this stop was probably 15-20%. Okay, we'll let that do its thing. We'll let that do its thing. They just refuse to let anyone take this thing short. Retrace reject off this, retrace reject can present opportunity. Tesla's trying to make a full circle move. Full circle moment on Tesla, ruin. Apple just can't seem to get going. whether you get stopped on Apple. SPY is starting to break down. If we close below that 308.71 on that 5, we'll get stopped on an Apple. First breakdown on SPY after 3 days. Q is starting to go as well. That 5 closes below here on SPY. On Apple, I'll close out. Look at this guy. SPY finally breaks down. 745, 1020. Take the puts at 1020. Here we good to go. Apple getting hammered here. See if this 5 can get back above 308.71 in the next 2 minutes of some change. If it can't, we'll close out. There was a TP opportunity, 15+%. I was looking for a scale out. If you took SPY to the downside, if you remain patient, eventually came into play, came to fruition. I look for Amazon for the puts if it starts to go. What a breakdown on SPY. Even the Qs. Qs are breaking down. IW's looking to break down as well. SPY below that daily upside breaker. Apple getting close all the way back to that full stop. Scale out on SPY. That was probably worth the wait there. Anyone catch SPY? If you caught SPY, great job. Scale out. Qs as well. Qs breaking down. That's a great area to TP. That is that daily upside breaker. Right? If it breaks below that, that means there's some pretty significant selling here. This is our first breakdown of the past 3 days. First breakdown past 3 days. Palantir, good night. We're back within prior day's range on SPY. Don't chase. So unless Apple recovers back above 308.71 in the next few minutes here. In the next, not few minutes, 30 seconds. All right, we break below these lows, I'll get stopped out. Look at that, look how quickly. So if you're looking to potentially go long and you remain patient, this is the area you're gonna pay attention to see if there's some buyers that step in. Okay. New 15-minute candle here. New 5-minute candle here, I should say, not 15. So SPY, if Apple breaks below 308.27, okay, then I'll get stopped out close to 40%. Those contracts are right, very friendly for small accounts. We did see profit of 15+%. I'm looking for a scale out. SPY, give me this rejection up here. There might be something there. What a whirlwind on Apple. What a whirlwind on Apple. Look at this, buyers picking this up. So if you took it off this area, that bounce area, the one area to be patient for. Good, good, good. And this is what more can you ask for, guys? Right? Nice little runway between two key levels. That's your opportunity. That's your window of opportunity. Meta going sideways. Tesla trying to go full circle. Apple, this 15-minute candle has 3 minutes left. I want this 15-minute candle to go from doji, okay, to close above those highs. Right, Theta did take a good chunk of those contracts, right? So they did take a good chunk of those contracts. Okay, when SPY split, one SPY split here. Okay, see if Apple can come back into play. So last time here, there's a 15% opportunity on Apple here. This time, maybe that might be, that's 5 to 8% opportunity. Okay. That 5-minute candle's inside. That 15-minute candle's up for grabs. So if I can get that retrace reject, treat this as a resistance until proven otherwise. Okay. The next 2 minutes for Apple will be critical to see what kind of candle that closed on the 15. We have new 15-minute candles coming up in 3 minutes, 2-3 minutes. Broadcom, what a breakdown on Broadcom. What a breakdown on Palantir. All right, so here we go, downward compression. So far we've been seeing a series of what? Lower highs. If they want to break this thing out after grabbing those lows, they need to declare victory above that 745.65. 745.65. SPY coming for that retest. You can see that inside candle is that 5-minute candle is inside. Big opportunity is going to be off this level. Okay, so the next battleground is right there. Next battleground is right there. So outside of Apple, no other horse in the race. SPY 25%, beautiful job. Took it the other side, stopped out 25%. Puts, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I'm holding SPY puts up 40%. Apple, good, good, good. I'm in Apple puts, good, 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 up 28. SPY currently intraday, it's in a bearish channel. Currently intraday, it's in a bearish channel. Okay, you can see. New 15-minute candle coming up, guys. New 15-minute candle coming up in 30 seconds. And that's going to be the conclusion of first shift. Let's get the likes up, guys. Take a minute to like the video. If you're a first-time viewer, listen to where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next step, join our community. Okay, so if you haven't liked the video yet, take a minute. Scroll down a little bit and smash the like button. All right, and then we'll be eligible for a giveaway. Multiple day, yeah, and yes. So multiple on the multi-day, yes. Yeah, I have that same. Yes, it's still on that channel. On the multi-day, you're right about that. Multi-day, it's in that channel. But so far, intraday, it's in this channel. Okay. Look out for that retrace reject. New 15-minute candles across the board. New 15s across the board. If Palantir shows continued weakness, 134.30. Service now, nice breakdown on service now. Great call out, Hussein. Intel coming for that retest of PMH. MU not doing anything. Nothing on MU. Nothing on MU. Google is trying to mount a recovery here, so keep a close eye on Google via shockwave for the calls. Okay, so double dip opportunity on SPY. double dip opportunity on SPY. So in this case, if you're bearish, you need this to hold. Your validation marker is that breakout. Okay, see that signal can print. Apple is trying to get back to break even. All right, so you see the difference of just taking profits. You don't have to sit through that headache. You take your profit, you take your 15%, you walk away. And then if you want, you can re-engage when it comes back into play. Okay. So last time here, we're at the 15% mark because you can just re-engage here and not sit through all that drawdown. That drawdown takes a toll. That drawdown takes a toll on your mental. See that double dip opportunity come to fruition on SPY. Like Apple, this 5-minute candle on Apple to close above that 308.95. SPY's looking, the Qs are looking to reclaim it. SPY is still sitting right there, so Qs are gravitating towards that VWAP. It is second shift, okay? Keep that in mind, team. Second shift, let us know you're doing first shift. First shift, 2 trades. Okay. First trade was Tesla. Nice trade to the downside, scalp 15%, stopped out on runners. Second trade, Apple, still managing Apple here. Okay, still managing Apple. To give you some context, down about 10-12%. We did see drawdown upwards of 30. Okay, we did see a TP upwards of 15. Still in play, still in play. If you're looking for that 15-minute reversal, it's going to be tied to that breakout. My 15-minute reversal traders, above that 15-minute candle's high. We can start rocking and rolling. Okay, finally, AAPL. Okay, now we need to get it beyond. We need to get it beyond those highs. 15-minute reversal traders. That 15-minute coincides with this trendline resistance, right? Or channel resistance, and that daily open. If we break out, that's going to help Apple's case. That's going to help Apple's case. Qs are looking to reclaim VWAP. They're giving VWAP a run for its money. I'm ready on IW. IW, I'm there. I'm there. Contracts are already loaded, so I'll be there on IW. Okay. Apple up 10%. So stay above there. Give me a scale out on Apple. Go candle over candle on Apple. If you need to TP on Apple, guys, TP. If you want this to go candle over candle, nice acceleration. Up 10 to 14. You have another opportunity to TP if you want here. Okay, that's completely up to you. If you took it here, if you took that second entry, all right, you're up 14, 15 in less time. Apple, I want to get a scale out. I want to get a SO or hit target. What will help Apple's case? The past couple of days, we've been moving in unison with the indexes. If SPY breaks out, that'll help Apple's case. Qs are testing that VWAP. IWM is fueling up. IWM is fueling up. I'll get alerted if it gets back below that initial level. So I'll still have the same initial risk. We'll let that cook. Palantir continues to slide. All right, it's going to depend on how the interaction with the Qs and VWAP goes. If that interaction goes well, Qs break above VWAP, we'll be good to go. I'll keep a close eye on IW. IWM. IWM starting to come into play. Want that to hold there. It did break, initial break on IW. If you trade the ripple, by all means. If you're waiting for confirmation, continue to wait. SPY is starting to break out as well. See if that can help Apple. 15-minute reversal in full pursuit. Okay, this will be legit if we can hold above this level. There's some legitimacy behind this if we can hold above this level. Reason being, okay, rejection, rejection. Big test here. If you take the 15-minute reversal, you're good to go. Apple rejecting off those highs once again. Okay, a lot of drama on Apple. See if IW can generate a signal. If you took these calls here off the zone on SPY, good, good, good. And that was the patient level for today. All right, this can really start to go if we can, if the buyers can dictate the pace here. They can dictate the pace there. They can really start to go. We still have the test coming up on SPY, which is the VWAP. We're not at VWAP quite yet. If they can't dictate the pace here, if we fall back below this level, we slide back to lows of the day. Okay. How we doing, guys? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Now Tesla broke. Tesla broke. See if Tesla can get a reclaim. It's gonna be predicated on what SPY does here. You want, if you're bullish, you want the Qs to hold VWAP. Don't fall back below VWAP. Still an Apple, right? Did have two opportunities to TP, have 13 to 15%. I'm looking for that scale out, right? So scale out or stop me out. That's the line of thinking. Up 20%, TP 20%. Beautiful job, Firefly. Good, good, good. Gonna be predicated on what happens here. So see if Apple can close above 309.26. Okay, so Apple's TP target is all the way at that 310.50. I want this to start boost to the upside. So SPY's rejecting here. So hopefully this illustrates, right, the difference in taking profits and holding the position, right? Illustrates that those two things. Up 10 on Apple. See if that continue to push. SPY. Put in the chat what does SPY decide to do here. 15 minutes already reversing. 50 minutes already reversing. Okay. If you need to TP on Apple, I'm always going to give you that friendly reminder. Do what you need to do. Let me get that scale out. When I get that scale out, I'll take a majority off. Scale out is basically 1 hour. Up 14, 17, 20. Okay. Okay, there we goes Apple. Go, go, go. Nice push on Apple. Tesla coming back into play, guys. If you need to take Tesla, take Tesla. Manage accordingly. Where's the scale out? Where is this scale out? Okay, see if SPY can get above that daily open, continue to push. So 17% there on Apple. See that continued push. On that continued push, stay above 309.37. If SPY takes out that daily open, reclaims it, this can push Apple. Okay, up 21. I'm gonna take a majority off right there, at 21. All right. Okay. Up 26 with runners. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 28. Okay. Up 30. So TP there, majority 21. Kind of tested my patience, and now runners are up 32. Okay. And now the fact that SPY broke out, that was nice. So if you held that Apple trade, all right, if you were wise, you take your profits, you come back in, you double dip, and you can get 20 plus. So in this case, I'll move my NC here. No close below there on the 5. See if it wants to go all the way to 1R, to 2R. Okay. All right, just give me an alert. Give me an alert if it breaks below here. If not, I'll let it do what it needs to do. Okay. So Apple, we're holding on Apple. SPY, trap above that daily open. Vicious. So good trade on Apple, guys. Okay, up 35. Who held Apple? 118% on Tesla calls. Look at that. Beautiful job, BW. 50% on Apple. You're probably on the double dip camp. If you're in the double dip camp, your contracts maybe a little cheaper. So great job. Okay, since Apple took some of my time, I'll take a little more off right there at 30 and be down to the last piece. Okay, so down to last piece. And now I can live with whatever happens here. So don't close there. See if Apple continues to push. So 21, 35, 2 scale outs. And if Apple wants to turn into a marathon runner, it can go. We can start to put some key levels on Apple. All right. So last bit of runners, no close below 309.37. Okay. SPY. So this morning, folks on YouTube, all right, it's so important to tune into the pre-market prep stream. There was one area I told our team members, if you want to be patient, if you're going to be patient and wait, you're not interested in scalping, this is an area I'm going to pay close attention to. Okay, that's an area I'm going to pay close attention to because buyers are more than likely going to step in here. That's going to be the dip buy zone of the day. Same thing happened with the Qs. Bitcoin just said good night. Okay, same thing happened with crude. Same thing happened with IW. So make sure you're marking out these levels from pre-market. All right, because ideas are going to be there, but these are the ideas that it's going to require. You don't know what's going to come in. All right, you don't know what's going to come in. Look at that. Who saw that wick on Apple? Did anyone see that wick on Apple? Look at that wick. This thing wicked. I'll show you guys on the big screen. That's pure manipulation. Okay, look at that wick on Apple. What was that? You tell me, guys. So we took Apple here. actually took a little early before the entry. All right, so a lot of early entries for me this week. So we took it here, sat through a little bit of drawdown there, upwards of 30%. Okay, right here. And then there was an opportunity for a 15%. We said, hey, you know what? If you want to take the 15% there, you can. I'm going to wait through it. Came back in. There was another 15% opportunity there. I said, if you want to take it, you can. All right. And then we took it for 21, for 35. And then now we're babysitting last bit of runners to see if we can get this push all the way into 310.50. Look at this wick. Okay. Look at this wick. This thing went all the way here. Okay, all these sell orders get filled and then slam back the upside. That's a pivot machine gun in one wick. Okay. Apple is just kind of going around. If it gets back below 309.37, I'm going to close Apple. I'll at least get maybe 8 to 15% out of that push. Okay, so let me put my alert back on. And see what else is available for us. Stop loss hit by market makers. All right, so Amazon 268.05. Shockwave, keep a close eye on my waivers. Tesla, nice reclaim. Tesla comes back in, reclaims, continues to push. Tesla's a winner. So 2 opportunities on Tesla, full circle moment on Tesla. So SPY only gave you 1 opportunity so far via Shockwave. Puts into there, nice double digits, and that's it. All right, that's it. So if you were there for it, congratulations. If you're not, don't chase. So this past few days, especially this week, okay, some weeks are going to test different elements of your system. And it's going to show you the things you need to work on. So it's on you. When the market shows you, okay, accept what it shows you. Make the proper adjustment so you can get better. Because a lot of the people that don't manage risk this week, all right, unfortunately over the long weekend, all right, they're going to be carrying that into that time. Tesla, if you took Tesla, congratulations. So Tesla, full circle moment on Tesla, both sides. Okay, both bears got paid. You scalped it. We scalped Tesla earlier, 50%. Stopped out on runners, and then here we talked about Tesla. Watch for that reclaim. If you have my indicator, you can take the calls there. You're still in a position. Your stop is there, or you can wait for that initial reclaim. We talked about that reclaim entry, all right, and then you're the winner. Okay, and it gives you that scale out as well. Okay, we'll look to take one more trade, and then call it. Still babysitting Apple here. Okay, SPY is slamming his head on VWAP. This will be my stop on Apple, so I can at least get 12, maybe 10% out of it. Worst case scenario. We close below there. Okay, so we TP here, See if there's one more break Apple has. Okay, one more little flag on Apple to get us above those highs. SPY's coming into play to the downside. IW, no trade on IW. Okay, I was waiting for confirmation. No trade. Okay. Okay. Let's see if Apple wants to go. Go. Back up 25. Okay, so it looks like it's just trending higher, despite the fact that Qs are on the verge of a nice little pullback on the 5. See if it's legit, because a lot of buyers are trying to get this here. Flag traders are trying to push this thing higher. So you want that overwhelming buying pressure to continue to start mounting and push price higher. If there's enough demand there, we can get to the highs of the day. 309.85. And guess what? What level do we have here? That 310, that magic 310. That magical 310. So let's see if we can get that, if we can give 310 a run for its money. Okay. Here, I'm going to fix my stop very tight to there, no close below there. Because time is going. As time goes, those contracts lose value. So if we close below there, I'll take my last scale out and then be done with Apple. SPY to come into that VWAP, bang his head on VWAP. See where that sends us now. IWM is testing VWAP. The flag, right? They trap some of those flag traders and then drop this thing. So if you are shorting Apple, I'll take a look at Google here, right? There are some aggressive buying here, right? So even if you try to short Apple off those highs, just be aware, okay, of this massive wick that tells us there's some interest there. All right, just take that into consideration. All right, if I was forced to short Apple, I'll maybe wait for that 310 interaction off of a level. Market is flat. Market is flat. Okay, back up 21%. Okay, Amazon. Keep a close eye on Amazon team. Strikers, shock waivers, do your due diligence. Okay, manage risk at all times. Okay. I'm babysitting Apple here. Sometimes I lose my patience. Trying to be patient. All right. So this with this wick here, right? It's very easy to sell when you see this wick. There's a shaking out some bulls. Because it's like, why would they get all the way up here and not test that 310? Finally a scale out. So if you held to scale out, you get 39%, 40%. Okay. Up 41. So now this 310 test is major. Okay. I'm up 41%. Okay, you can scale out if you're done. So let me see if I can sit through this test at 310, buffer being right there. Because if it can break 310, we're out of here. If it can't get above 310, we can start to gravitate back towards some lower levels. Up 39, 40%. Again, TP if you need to, guys. Okay, put in the chat. Did we break 310 or do we reject off 310? Do we break or reject off 310? Put in the chat. Up 44. $46. Okay, I like that break above 310. There we go. I'm gonna move my trailing stop right there. See if we can hold above 310, up 50%. Okay, so you can't miss trades like this, guys. So you need to be on our team. Okay. So if you have Shockwave, this Apple trade, although it took you through all that stuff, all right, it should get you into Golden Goose. Okay, SPY is starting to push above that VWAP, look at the Qs. Qs, nice flag. So I'm going to use that 310 as my NC. So no close below 310. No close below 310. Anyone held Apple? How do we know if we're going to push beyond VWAP? If the entire market starts to rally, that can be a little concerning. Up 66% on Apple, guys. 69%, 71%. Okay, this thing's about to hit target 75%. Okay, that's more than $40 per contract. All right, so that can cover your trial. Okay, that can cover your trial. 75%. All right. So sometimes it takes some time. Take some time. That final target is up there. 90. Let's go, Firefly. So you probably have better entry, better fill than I did. Better entry. Okay, 75%, guys. 76. This might be our 100 mark. That might get us to like 92, 93, 100%. There you go. Let's go, Firefly. Anyone else? Anyone else take Apple? I'm up 80. 80%. Here you go. Uh, 89%. TP1. TP1 hit. That's 2R on that trade. I'll close right there at 85%. Okay, thank you very much. So if it goes beyond this, that's fine. Okay, you can use your 310 as your risk. Last close, 85%. Okay, so again, sponsored by Shockwave. Had to sit through it a little bit, a lot of back and forth. Market's starting to recover now. Keep a close eye on IW. Okay, if you took Apple, congratulations. If you took Tesla on that last little stretch, congratulations as well. All right. So what I would suggest is for you to get the indicator itself, so you can be in position to capitalize off moves like this. All those things are brought to your table. Tells you where to buy, where to sell, where your risk is. You predefine all those things. All right. So in this case, Tesla to the downside is if you take this, if you're waiting for that scale out or stop loss, you get stopped out right there. You obey the stop. You obey the system. Okay. You're gonna live to fight another day. If you don't, if you decide to overthrow the system, if you decide to go against the system, all right, then you're not trading. Then it's gambling. Okay, whatever system you have, not just necessarily the system, whatever system you have, if you start to throw the system out the window because things are not going according to your plan, okay, then that's basically gambling. All right, Tesla hit TP1 as well. Thank you very much, Apple. Okay, Apple hits close to TP1 as well. Okay, so whether you got it for 14%, 13%, 20%, 50%, 40%, 85%, right? Green is green. If you took profits here, like if you took profits there, if you took profits here, as long as you have more than what you came in with into this trade, right? At no point did it get stopped out. Was it close a few times? It was close a few times. Okay, it was close a few times. All right. Okay, SPY. A 15-minute reversal was gorgeous. Okay, 15-minute reversal was gorgeous. Apple might be the trade of the day. Okay, let's see what else is moving and grooving. Okay, if SPY starts to crack, guys, if SPY starts to reject, keep a close eye on puts on Amazon. Tesla retest coming back in. So 2 trades so far. We're starting to see, what ticker is that? Google trying to make a push to the upside. Keep a close eye on Google to the upside for the calls. So I haven't taken any trades on SPY yet. If you take Shockwave via SPY, okay, just one opportunity. These are the weeks, okay? There's two things that can take place. Weeks like this, okay, when it's choppy, when the conditions are not in your favor, all right? As a trader, it's a fork in the road. Okay, see if I can draw a fork, or just a. Okay, this is where you are. Adversity comes. You have a new system. Things are going well. You've been crushing it, right? Things are starting to quote unquote look easy. You guys know I don't like the word easy, right? Easy is there's no easy. All right, easy does not exist. All right, you have a new system. You adopt a new system. Things are going well. All right, rocking and rolling. You can't go wrong. Okay. Adversity hits. Market conditions change. If you have a system, during that time, you will come out, okay, you can be wounded, you can be hurt, but you'll still come out alive. And you have a lot of things that you learned during that time. A lot of things you can learn. Not from a technical standpoint. The technicals, you already know the technicals. If you don't know the technicals, right? There's a five and a half hour course that gets you up to speed. Okay, you learn a lot about yourself. You learn a lot about your if you have been following your rules, you learn a lot about what are your tendencies, what are your weaknesses. Okay, you come out alive. If you don't have a system, okay, you won't survive. Okay, the traders who survive that don't have systems, okay, they only can survive when the conditions are perfect. When the conditions are perfect and they can't go wrong, okay, they'll survive. But as soon as it changes a little bit, they're no longer alive. So that is what keeps you alive, system. Okay, so regardless of the conditions, okay, it will keep you alive. Because the biggest thing is, guys, it doesn't matter how much you win. If you no longer can play the game anymore, if you get wiped out, which is a reality of trading, guys. If you get wiped out, one of the worst things is having this ability, having this skill, but not being able to play the game. Okay? It's almost like being a free agent. Okay, you're a free agent, no team wants to sign you. Okay, maybe you have an attitude problem or something, all right, from a player standpoint. You're one of the best players, you have a free agent, you're on the sidelines, but no one wants to sign you, put you in the game. Even if you're at that phase, all right, there's a reason, okay, for that, for you to be there, for you to learn something, so you can get back in the game. But if you want to survive this game, guys, you have to have a system. Okay, and the system is not pertaining to what your trading style is. That's one element. The system has to do with how do you manage your risk? What do you do when you're wrong? What do you do when things are not going in your favor? What do you do when you're frustrated? What do you do when you can't catch a win? What do you do when you feel like you're tilting? What do you do when you refuse to take profits? For some reason, our fingers get heavy. Just don't want to close the trade. You want more and more and more and more. Because the market beat you upside the head a couple of times. Now you want to open up your risk a little more. You're not following your protocols. All right? And times like this, okay, it can happen to anyone anytime, but allows you to see different sides of yourself. Only if you have the self-awareness and the maturity to be able to accept what you see in the mirror. You can ignore it, okay, but the reflection is a reflection. Ignoring the reflection is not going to change the reflection. Right? But that's what it requires. Because guess what? Conditions change, environments change. But if you have a system that you follow and you don't change, okay, and you're consistent, that will breed consistency. Price action is inconsistent. The market is inconsistent. So you can't expect the market to be consistent. Consistent is on our side. We're the ones who are supposed to be consistent. Okay? So we'll look for one more trade before I wrap up. Make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe. We're seeing some names take off here, guys, so just take some patience. And some of you who've been crushed this week, if you've been crushing it this week, right, tremendous job as well. Right, so I'm not only speaking to the ones who've got stopped out multiple times. The only reason why I'm bringing that up is because of the condition that we've been seeing. And we have a ton of people that are absolutely crushing it. This might be the best week. Okay? Right, but at some point in time, your system will be put to the test. All right, and during that time, you want to rely on your system, okay, to weather the storm. If there is no system, everything you have, think of it like this, everything you have, it was basically the market saying, hold this. All right, the market saying, hey, you know what, hold this 150K. Hold it for me for 2 months. And then I'm going to take it back from you and take back another 50K. This is just basically a loan. Okay? Right? So that is the danger. So in these markets, guys, in any market, having a system is very, very critical. Right? If you don't have a system, you need to find a system. You need to develop a system. I know in the beginning, maybe some of you are traders who are just starting to trade today. You just popped in the stream. You just heard about trading today. All right? You want to focus on the educational side first. You want to make sure you're you have a technical understanding of what's going on in the chart. That you surround yourself with other traders, being a positive, productive community that gives you the tools and resources to navigate. Start small, stay small, all right, and continue to prove it to yourself and continue to work your system. And eventually you'll get to where you need to get to. Okay, so I'm not gonna sit here and say, hey, you know what, you're a beginner, there's a great time to start. All right. You can start any day, but you have to know what you're up against. You're playing the hardest game. If trading was easy, everybody would do it. All right, so this game, it's not an easy game. You have full control on how you play it. There's elements that make it simple, but you have to have a system. All right? 100% Apple, I'm out. Beautiful job. Market accepted donation. Yeah, market is open for donations from 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Market accepts donations. Okay. Okay, that's what the market is. The market is basically a fancy beggar. High scale, creative beggar. All right, it goes to these different levels. I say, okay, give me money now, give me money now, give me money now, give me money now. Do I look good enough for you to give me money? Okay. Called being a dick. Can't even tell me a dose of discipline. 15-minute reversal already took place. Any of the strikers took that. Good. Over the long weekend, guys, okay, you're going to spend some time away from the charts. Go back to being a human again. All right, don't talk about the market to anyone. All right, no one cares. That's the honest truth, all right? As technically savvy as you are, not everyone cares as much as you. So Just listen to what others have to say. All right, you don't have to always talk about the market and this and this and this and this, of course, unless you're asked. And try to separate yourself at least for 24 hours from the charts. Okay, because this is the last stretch where we have that holiday weekend. After that, we have summer months. The summer months are going to be a grind. We're going to be here for the grind, and we're going to grind through the grind. All right, whatever the market throws at us, up, down, left, right, all-time highs, down 10, 20%, 10%, any catalyst, okay, we'll be here, and we'll do our best to navigate through the conditions following our system. Okay, so I'll look for one more trade. We'll look to wrap it up. Go ahead and take Amazon puts. Nice little fake right there. So as market is kind of ripping, it's going to lift those things that are at those lows. Nvidia's trying to get back for that double dip opportunity. Service now, double dip opportunity. Okay. Again, guys, let's make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. And make sure to join our community as well. If you want to purchase the indicator, if you want to join our community, use the code. Never forget, Google's on the tear. QQQ's on the tear here. It lifts, it's lifting everything up. Qs are on the tear. Look at the Qs. All right, so if you're going short this week, past 3 to 4 days, if you're going short below the lows of the day, you have to be a scalper. All right, why do we say that? We track this every single day. All right, every single day we go over the action to start to recognize what kind of activity, where are the buyers being interested. We can see the previous day near the lows of the day. They step in. The day before that, right? Any lows they step in. Right here, lows, they step in at the very lows. Okay, this was Monday. So outside of from Tuesday to today, buyers are very interested. We have some stubborn, we've been labeling them stubborn buyers. So if you're going short, right, if you're going short lows into lower lows for momentum, you have to be a scalper. From Tuesday to Friday, so going from Tuesday all the way till today. Before that, when we're in that nice expansion environment, let's look for a nice bullish day. A nice little bearish breakdown. Okay. All right, so go through this. This is all for your benefit. Here we go. All right, you can see right here we have these lows. We come into these lows, we get that clean break. If this took place this week, you see this nice little dead cat bounce that would fuel this back up into this area. Okay, so now if we ask the bigger question, why is that? Why does it seem like the buyers are just stepping in at the relative lowest points of the day? Right? Why? Because those low points of the day, shift to shift lows, all right, bounces off key levels near the lows. Those signify dip buy opportunities. There's already orders there. Okay, because we know that all-time high is right here. Okay, the all-time high subdivision is up here. All right, currently we're coming from the neighborhood across the street, the subdivision across the street to this one over here. Okay, what I told our team this morning is we would love for this to take place, straight push into ETH, all right? But that's too obvious. That's too obvious, and we don't have enough fuel to get that, to generate enough power for us to get there. If they do that, sure, let PMH hold decisively. If it can't hold, then we're gonna go stop for somewhere, stop for some gas, get some fuel, all right? And we decided to dip into this territory. 743.44, 744.93. As soon as we come into that area, look at the interest. Look at it on the one. Immediately. So this is some aggressive buying, aggressive selling. Okay, immediate interest. Okay, when aggressive selling gets stopped with aggressive buying at a key level near the lows, that tells you, okay, there's more than a potential dead cat bounce there. Okay, 6 to 7 times out of 10. Not every single time. Okay, but 6 to 7 times out of 10, that's what it tells us. And then from there, we generate enough fuel to get above that daily open. And then now we're going to give that PMH a run for its money. Okay, so the question is, on this last little stretch, on this last little run up, okay, do we have enough fuel to mount the second leg? Okay, do we have enough fuel to mount the second leg? If you ask me, maybe we need to make another pit stop. Maybe another pit stop. Okay, so we got this nice little reclaim. Maybe one more pit stop before we go. All right, so coming into PMH, use PMH as a target. Okay, just going long off of it as we're coming into it. Right, you can get away with it once, but the question becomes, if you did that 10 times, can you get away with it at least 6 times? That's the question. Okay, if this were to occur 10 times, that's the question to ask yourself when you're taking these breakouts and breakdowns, retrace and rejects. So you can't get too caught up on what takes place on that particular one because you're playing the game of probability. Right, so if I were to say, hey, you know what, I want to get long here. All right, they can continue to push, but 6 to 7 times out of 10, right, it's going to take a brief break off of this area. Okay, if it doesn't just completely engulf it, get above it, and then try to recapture it, because it's not what we feel, it's not what I feel, it's what the history tells us. Okay, so buyers try to keep it up there, selling. They tried to reclaim it, selling. They tried to reclaim it, selling. And this was because of also we had consumer sentiment as well. Okay. So now, the next opportunity is going to be tied to this area here. What takes place here? If we see some slowdown in the buying, okay, this is major rejection zone, back to the downside. Okay. That's where we are now. So if we go back to our channel, all right, so this is what happened so far. Oops, right here. This is what happened so far. Sequence of events. First thing we noticed was we're pushing higher, we get that breakdown. As we break down, we get into this bearish channel. What do we see? Low, highs, highs, highs. All the highs coming in are lower than the previous highs. All the lows coming in are lower than the previous lows. Bearish channel. So this channel stands until it gets proven otherwise. We come into this territory, shockwaves, just take the puts there. You get a nice little scale out. You get about 0.5 R. If you take this whole move, probably anywhere from a 25 to 45% opportunity there. Okay, you can take profit at that dead upside breaker. Okay, because now the bulls are getting involved there. They pick this thing back up off of previous days highs, push it back to the upside, not enough to get that retrace reject, continue to expand into that daily open. Okay, we spend some time back and forth, get that continued expansion. And then now, let's go back to this bearish channel. All right, so are these highs, we see these highs, we have a higher high here. Where's our recent lowest low? This is our lowest low. Okay, where's our low next to that? Our low is right there. Okay, so now we of course we broke out. You can clearly see we broke out of this channel here. Okay, so now it's a new cycle. Now we're going to the upside. Okay, so now what do we got? So this was the lower high initially. We got a higher high. Now we got a series of higher highs. Okay, but the rhythm, it's a little different. The rhythm here is different than here. This one was more aggressive, covering more ground. This one is more, it's moving at a snail's pace. But we got the low, we got the low, we got a low, higher low. And as long as that low that comes in is higher than the previous low, we don't structurally shift that area. All right, we're going to continue to push to the upside. And then now we're giving that PMH a run for its money. Okay, Let's check back on. I didn't get a chance to check back on Apple. So Apple, 100% opportunity on Apple. If you probably held all the way through, depending on your entry. Wow, more than 100%. So Apple, Apple. To give you some context, my last TP was here. Okay, 85%. Yeah, this is more than 100%. Okay, the average fill on Apple was 57 cents, $57 for the 310s, 310 calls. Okay, that those same contracts, $57, I should say, $57 for those same contracts. Those same contracts are now at 170, so over 120 bucks per contract. But for you to capitalize off that, you would have to hold through this entire thing. Okay, so those opportunities are there. One momentum is there, but it's just a question of, right? Are you going to continue to hold it, manage the position accordingly, take profits on the way? Okay, because it can get stifled at any moment. Right, so nice push on Apple. That's the trade of the day. So right now, SPY is testing what level, guys? All right, so we can start to see that slowdown take place on SPY off that PMH. Okay, so if you get a shooter off PMH, possible slide to the downside. Tesla's coming for that retest. Market accepting donations. God bless you too, Fishman, as always. How to set your charts. How to set your charts like yours. Trading view. So this is an indicator. So unless you have this indicator, you can't set it up like mine. Okay, that's for sale. All right. So to have that indicator, okay, Qs are starting to see a nice little sell-off. IW hugging that VWAP. Okay, who's coming into that? Google coming into that double dip opportunity. Tesla coming for that double dip opportunity. All right, so the market, right, did its thing, compensated a lot of traders. So if you're one of those traders who was compensated, protect your profits. If you're done, be done. Look to take one more trade, we'll be done. If it comes to fruition, Tesla can be a candidate. Okay, Tesla can easily be a candidate for that last trade. Okay, we'll go over how to join our community. We'll go over all of our offers we have for this month, for this month, as well as the holiday. So take advantage of that, guys. 5 for 5 on SPY. Okay, 5 for 5 on SPY. If we continue to reject off of that PMH, see if Tesla can start to come in a little bit. So I did kind of fix change the layout a little bit. From time to time, I like to change things up. All right, sometimes you can get a little stagnant looking at the same thing. So time to time, I change up the layout. I change the candle colors. Okay, just to keep things fresh. Is it going to change the way you trade? Not necessarily. All right, but it just gives me a different look. Sometimes you can get a little bit stale. All right, so switching it up sometimes can be good. Can be good. 9 tests on the Qs, 9 EMA tests on the Qs. Hammer 5 for 5. Keep a close eye. PMH. We're trying to hold above PMH. Okay. Okay. Initially looked, they wanted to reject that 15-minute candle. Got course corrects. Look at the Qs, bounce off that 9. And SPY is now okay. Got some major resistance here. If you can overcome that area, we can be good to go. We can be good to go. And that starter pack special, guys, that does end this month. Okay, that's the monthly special, the starter pack special. See if I can fit the whole thing there. We're above that PMH. Okay. All right, look at that 15-minute candle here. Does that 15-minute candle look bullish or bearish? Does that 15-minute candle look like buyers or sellers are in control? Tesla's trying to bounce here. Netflix. Market starts to slide a little bit. Netflix can come into play. Netflix. Multiple areas of confluence. We have the 200 EMA, we have the 50 EMA on the hourly. Okay, so Netflix, let me take a look at the puts on Netflix. Okay, these are very small account friendly. They can be a little erratic, 20 cents. Sometimes when it's too cheap, it's good for small accounts, but sometimes when it's too cheap, you have to get a lot to have a big difference. But see if Netflix can, because if it's 40 cents, the path for it to get to 50, 60, 70 is shorter. But it does have nice spreads. So 89 puts on Netflix. If you already took it, if you have Shockwave, manage accordingly. Yeah, boot camp has been a hiccup in the boot camp. Right, I don't want to do the boot camp this month, but got caught up with a lot of things. And we will do the boot camp eventually. Okay, we haven't done the scalping boot camp yet. IWM also a candidate. Because IWM, when it starts to go, it starts to go. SPY's already gone. Look at SPY, guys. Look at that, what it did with PMH. All right, so if Netflix wants to do something, kind of doing its own thing, that's fine. Okay, did they shake out enough people here? Did they shake out enough people now to make that push into ATH? Did they shake out enough people? Okay, so do we reject off that pre-market high, or do we reclaim that pre-market high? One thing is, do we follow this trend line? Okay, now we're back in action. All right, so now we're getting close to the very highs of the day. IWM. Look for that break on IW. Looking at the 285s. Shallow retest here. Okay, if you want to get a dip buy on that trend line. Netflix starting to slide. Nvidia rejecting as well. New 15-minute candle here. Dow starting to rock and roll. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. It's officially third shift. Okay. If you're green, stay clean. I know it's moving, it's rocking and rolling. If you're green, stay clean. Keep a close eye on IW. If you took Ripple on IW, manage accordingly. If you took the puts on Netflix, manage accordingly. Tesla, I'll wait for Tesla. I'll wait for Tesla. And now we are right here. So this failed double top will lead to that expansion. And that's also the shock wave right there. IW did get that ripple. How we doing, guys? Okay, thanks, George. Green Day, beautiful job. JB, as always. SPY gained 3 billion calls surpassed. What strike is that? 745. Yeah, nice reclaim that area. Looking for a lotto from Google if it comes back. I literally just watched SPY climb 50 points while SPX lost value. 25. Beautiful job, doctor. That's probably probably that bounce off that PMH, 25% possibly. SPX contract is small. I should have taken SPY calls instead SPX. Sometimes what happens is if SPX contracts are far out the money. If they're far out the money, those SPX contracts, sometimes if you've been sitting in a little bit of drawdown with those contracts and they're really far out the money and the underlying starts to move, okay, unless they make an oversized move, they don't start to really move. Fran ran off the 13. You made a beautiful job. Nice bounce into it. That might be the case if you have the further strike contracts on SPX, Lambish. $7.55. So where's SPX right now? Tesla coming into play. Tesla. Give me a reclaim. Tesla. So let's see if we can double dip on Tesla on both sides. Took Tesla for the puts. Tesla looking at the 430s. What's SPX's current price? So there's some selling left on this 5, so let that sell and clear out. How many points out the money is that? That's probably what it is. So if that's probably what it is, right? That can happen if you go a little too far out, because when you're going too far out, when you're going like 3, 5, even sometimes 6, 7, 10 strikes out, some people do that with SPX because SPX is more expensive. It takes more capital. It's more capital intensive, right? When you're going further out on the strike, okay, think of it like this: your time horizon is even shorter. You need that thing to take place immediately. Okay, save this as the level. Save this as the level. All right, that you're paying attention to. You take the calls. If it's too far out, if it starts doing this, even though it's at the level, if it starts doing this for 10, 15 minutes, okay, that can really chew up the value, even though it hasn't made too much of a gravitation away from that initial level. All right, so think of those contracts as either extreme lottos or quick scalps. All right, so entry is going to be very critical on those. Nice breakdown on Netflix. Yeah, looking for that reclaim on Tesla for possible longs. Okay, if that PMH can hold. I was looking for longs on IW as well. Okay, that PMH, this having we have that 9 right here as well. So this would be that dip, that shallow dip. We get some equal lows. It went straight up. Okay. Huh, interesting. Might be that then. It's just the contracts are too far out. Yeah, the market, no love in the market, right? Just purely transactional. Purely transactional. So we can't love something that can't overly love the market, because it will never love us back. You have to take it for what it is. It's just an exchange. It's just business exchange every day. And that'll help kind of, bring trading into perspective for a lot of people, right? Because a lot of people, as much as anyone else, I love the charts, but as much as I love it, you can't it can't be like a hobby or a passion. If it's a hobby or a passion, right, you're gonna love it too much, and you're not gonna be able to take advantage of the transactional element of the relationship. It's purely business, nothing personal. All right, just have a healthy respect for it. Healthy respect, healthy level of reverence. Now Google Meets chat. I haven't checked it yet. You need IBM. IBM has been ripping around. I just saw your comment there on Google Meets. Sometimes a little bit late to Google Meets. Okay, it's Friday. Max Payne should help gravity. Had to refresh now. Okay, good. IBM. So IBM, of course, yesterday got the news. $1 billion investment, takes a rip to the upside. If you have Shockwave, IBM, okay, scale out, Shockwave puts, you can take it to PML, nice scalp. All right, so IBM made a monster move yesterday. Was one of the biggest winners yesterday, all right, if not the biggest winner. Some of those other names were STX also, QBTS, quantum names. Okay, those ran up. All right, so we got again QBTS. All right, if you like to keep trade QBTS, you have Shockwave. It tells you where to take the calls. Calls. TP1. So some of those names, quantum names, did lift off yesterday. But the one thing you have to understand is if those names are not regularly in the rotation, right, and they're not commonly traded in the options market, there's not a lot of volume behind those names and not a lot of interest in those names. When they get an underlying move like that based on a catalyst, news catalyst, what happens to those contracts is to reflect that movement from the underlying, they get overinflated. Okay, their spreads become horrible, and their IV goes through the roof. Okay, case in point, I'm looking at QBTS's IV, 230%. Okay, so you might be saying, hey, it's only 30 cents, but the IV is 230%. All right, so because they're trying to price in that move that the underlying is making via the IV. All right, so they'll price that in. So you have to be careful with those names. It's better for you to either get the buy at the bid, or just get the shares. Okay, just get the shares. IWM keeps sneaking away. IW, sneaky move on IW. If you took IW, manage accordingly. All right, so whenever you hear a name in the headlines and it's not in the common options world as a name that has a lot of volume and movement, right? The last thing you want to do is trade it blindly. The last thing you want to do is that. So options trading is actually not the best thing to do when you're trading news catalyst if you don't factor in the IV. Nice rejection on NVIDIA there. Tesla has some has some work to do. If you can do that work, sign me up. If you took IWM, manage accordingly. Google also looking to get some work done as well. So you can get that reclaim on Google. Try to get that alert on Google. Google into scale out. That 200 EMA on the hourly is also right there. So just keep that in mind. Okay, last two ideas. Netflix, the downside. We can get a shallow bounce right here as well in this area. We do have that 9 EMA in this territory. Okay, and if we make equal lows, okay, there might just be some back and forth here. But if we make lower lows, again below that PML, a PMH, that might suggest a little bit of a shift in the momentum. So keeping a close eye on Tesla. If you're just joining us, guys, make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe. We did take 2 trades so far. First trade, Tesla, worked in our favor for a nice little scalp. Stopped out on runners. Last trade, Apple, last scale out after taking profits multiple times. Sitting through a little bit of drawdown at 85%. A lot of the traders who did tune in, who did take that trade, were able to extract 100+%. Tesla. Okay, just take a look at Tesla. Calls or puts, it depends. What is your end? Do you like to trade double bottoms? Do you like to trade momentum? Do you like to trade previous resistance turn support? Okay, if you do, we have resistance. We have a break of that resistance, which leads to a retest. And what happens in that retest? Retest is successful, turns into a bounce. What does a bounce do? Triggers that shock wave, tells you to take the calls there. Now we start to run. We start to slow down at this target. Okay, as we're slowing down, we're coming back into this level that we initially saw buyers have interest in. So if the same thing can happen, if history repeats itself here, okay, I'll be interested right here. Risking down here. Okay, so if the same level of buyers do step up there, if the interest is still there, if there's demand here, there's demand for Tesla here, we should see the same thing take place, and that'll segue us into that opportunity to the upside. If the demand that's supposed to be there does not show up, there's no interest there, okay, we maybe can see a gravitation back towards this territory here. Okay, but the one thing you're going to be aware of is maybe this is colliding with some of those EMAs, so keep that in mind. Okay, so Tesla, potential calls, okay, on the horizon. All right. What do you think about swinging SPY calls on previous dip? If it's not substantial size, I mean, it's not a bad idea, right? If you like something on the chart, but if it is substantial capital, right? If you ask me, I can't tell you what to do. I don't want the headache, okay? I don't want the headache of waiting 72 hours between the time I open a position and close it, and then giving the market the whole weekend to kind of sort itself out. All right, if it's just, hey, you know what, you want to throw a trade out there, have an appetite for a little bit of risk, okay, not a lot of consequence behind that trade, okay, very little size, you see something on the chart that you like. If it's system based, go for it. If it's just random, if it's a hunch, right, friend to friend, I would say save yourself the headache. Right? Monday morning can come and we can gap up and I can be wrong. Right? At the same time, we can gap down and I can be right. But you want to have a little sense, some sense of peace over the weekend. If you're gonna go way out, at least month out, 2 months out, okay, you can withstand some of the back and forth. It just depends on what your time horizon is. It just depends on what you're looking to see take place and what you see on the chart that justifies that kind of idea. Right? Something that justifies that kind of idea, you just define your risk and go for it. See if Google did try to reclaim there. See if Google has enough strength. A nice little flag in this area. See if that can lead us to a nice little push. We took a 15-minute pause. IWM again, guys. If you took IW once again, congratulations. %. If you're wrapping it up, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. If you're a first-time viewer, We go live every single day at 9:30 a.m. on YouTube. So make sure to turn your notifications on. Share the channel with any of your trader friends. All right, we strive to provide as much valuable content as possible. Try to make it as educational as possible. Try to make it as engaging as possible, while talking about these different ideas. All right, and walking you through the process of taking the ideas, the entry, the exit, the rationale, and of course Q&A and so much more. So if you do find value from that, smash the like button. All right, long-time viewers, if you're interested, make sure to take advantage of the promo that we have going on. Join our community. So next week can be a fresh start. All right, you get the 3-day weekend and align yourself with our team. That's available for you. Use the code never forget. Never forget. You can be part of our team. If you're looking to take advantage of the bundle, we'll go over what the bundle is. If you're looking to take advantage of the starter pack bundle, use the code never forget. If you want the indicator and you want to put yourself in position to capitalize off these moves, that's also available on a quarterly, yearly, and lifetime plan. And 2.0, Shockwave 2.0 is here and will be released on Tuesday. So again, if you do buy Shockwave 1.0 this go around, all right, via starter pack, via quarterly, via yearly, via lifetime, all right, you will have access to 2.0. All right, so that's going to be awesome. I can't wait to release it. All right, if we get to 150 likes, we will do the giveaway. Strikers, all right, when you get a chance at some point this week, leave some reviews on WAP. Okay, leave some reviews on the WAP. If you've been here with us for more than a week or so, leave a review. If you've been with me for more than a month, all right, leave a testimonial. That tremendously helps the growth of our channel, and it gives others an idea of what we do every day. All right, it gives them a preview of what to expect. We know most people are just, they're Discord hurt. All right, maybe they spent a ton of capital on joining a Discord. They were promised something they didn't get. Right? Some people have Discords where, hey, you know what? All you need is $100 to trade, and you can turn $100 into $10,000. Right? So they buy it, they take it. They have unrealistic expectations, take a loss, and then now they have their guard up and think that all communities, are like that. And right, our community is not like that. What we focus on is process over profits. What we focus on is education. What we focus on is giving you the tools and the resources you need to be the best you can be. All right, there's nothing I'm going to give you, that's going to transform the trading. It's my effort, your effort, the community's effort, to get you up to speed. So you're around other people that are committed to the process. You have the tools available to you, the educational resources. You have the live, you have the pre-market prep. You have an understanding of some of the strategies. You have the live Q&A. You have the live training. So it's not just, hey, you know what, I'm going to give you the game plan and just disappear. And come back the next day and make a YouTube video. Say, hey, you know what, remember this level here? Yep, we called it. Yep, this did it. Yep. So we're not in that lane. All right, we're in the lane of trying to make you the best trader possible and trying to get you as close as possible to your ultimate goal. That's the point. It can be done through education, it can be done through proper training, and it can be done through cultivating the right kind of community. Right? So that's what I'm striving for, that's what we're striving for. And that's what keeps us showing up every single day. Nice bounce off that 9, see if there's some legitimacy behind that. Okay, Tesla, let's see if Tesla comes into play. I want to see a nice hold on Tesla above those highs. I'll be there, count me in for Tesla. Okay, Tesla trying to hold above that daily upside breaker. So this will be our lotto for the day. See if Tesla can hold above that. You took Tesla early, manager quarterly. Okay. Sometimes the entries, there's an art to the entry, but the risk is always the same. Okay, don't be artistic with your with your defined risk. Entries, there's a retest, there's a break, it can vary. All right, but don't do the same thing with your risk. So I'm looking at the 430s on Tesla. Those contracts are starting to move. See I'm trying to get those contracts at a dollar even. If I can get them close to a dollar even with a nice close above those highs, signal generated, count me in. Okay, count me in. If it just wicks back below it, preferably stay above that daily upside breaker, count me in. What's going to help is this nice little compression break. Oh, no, SPY. Okay, I'll take Tesla right there. I'm going to test the calls. I'm going to test the calls. Try to get that fill as close as possible to a dollar. I end up getting fill at 105. That's fine. Risk is all the way down here. This will be the last trade of the day. So don't feel pressure to take more trades, right? If you're already done for the day, right? I don't want you to fire up the brokerage and take more, okay? You have to know your limit. Okay, see Tesla can start rocking and rolling. There we go, Tesla. Okay, up 13% on Tesla, 14. Okay. If SPY can break out here, that would really help Tesla. TP if you need to, that's 14% on Tesla. All right, in a matter of seconds. You can move your stop if you like. If SPY breaks out, Tesla can start to go to 20 plus. If the Qs can break here as well, I have a new for 5-minute candle coming up in a minute, some change. So when it's all said and done, I want this 5-minute candle to stay above that initial shock wave. If you scalped out of Tesla, congratulations. If you're still holding, it's part of your plan. Manage accordingly. Okay. I want that 5-minute candle to close above that 427.27 in the next 55 seconds. Simultaneous break here on SPY, that would be great. So those contracts did get to 120 very quickly. So I want that 5-minute candle on Tesla to be as close as possible to those highs when it's all said and done. So we have a shorter path to that 5-minute break. All right, we talked about Tesla here as well. If you took it off that double bottom, all right, you're doing better than me. Okay, if you took it off right here, that's already at 15% opportunity. Okay, TP if you need to, if you're a scalper. Okay, up 14. I'm gonna take a majority off right there. Thank you very much, Tesla. All right, at 14%. Down to runners, up 20. Okay, first scale up, 14% on Tesla. And this setup, guys, was given to you early. Rationale is given. Okay, so now you see the entry, the exit, execution. All right, see if the runners can get to that 428.78 would be great. Who took Tesla? So Tesla, we hit Tesla twice today. All right, make sure you take some profits off, guys. I already took my first scale out 14%. I don't want Tesla to get back below this level. Back below that initial entry area. So as close as possible to break even. Right, ideally, if SPY can just stay above that PMH, all right, there can be some legitimacy to a break brewing. Okay, that can give Tesla what it needs. So that'll be the last trade of the day, guys. Trump is live. We'll take a look at that here shortly. All right. So here you learn how to trade, all right, and the membership indicators pay for itself. You just have to execute, learn, and apply the things you learn. Anyone in on babysitting Tesla? If you're babysitting Tesla, I'm up about 18-19%. These contracts can start to go. 21. There we go, Tesla. Up 26. Who's in Tesla? Who's in Tesla? Up 40% on Tesla. There we go. That's $45, $46 per con, guys. And I'll close Tesla out right there. Okay, they want to let me get filled. That's fine. They want to fill me at 40%. Okay, I'll cancel that order. I'll cancel that order. Sometimes you can't get filled when it moves so fast. All right, see if that 5 minute can pump one more time. We're getting very close to those highs right there. So if you were able to get out right there, great. That's 40+%. I tried to get filled there, couldn't get filled, so I canceled. So I'm gonna move my trailing stop on Tesla to here. All right. See, it has one more push left in it, especially if the market goes flag. If the market goes flag break, Tesla can take another leg to the upside, and this could possibly be the second 100% plus opportunity brewing if you can get past this major resistance here. Okay, up 44. Go, 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 create separation. Right, decisively take that level out. There we go, up 51%, 55, scale out if you need to, 56. There we go, guys. So this is a great setup because we walked through it from the very beginning all the way to the end, and I'm gonna close it right there at 55%. All right, so thank you very much, Tesla. Pleasure doing business. Tesla actually got the job done for us today. To the downside, nice little scalp, stopped out on the runners, and those runners go 50+%. Okay, if you're still holding Tesla, manage accordingly. Have fun with Tesla. Okay, mark out your trailing stop. All right, and that was the. I still think Apple was the trade of the day. Let me know in the chat. Was Apple the trade of the day, or was Tesla the trade of the day? Was Apple the trade? I would say Tesla because how quickly it took place. Apple, okay, went back and forth a little bit. Okay, but either or, it's a great way to end the week. It's a great way to close out strong despite the multiple stop outs. Okay, that's a great way to be resilient. That's a great way to continue to trust the system. Okay, we want to end on a high note. Okay, Monday you set the tone, and Friday you close out as strong as you can. Okay, Trump speaking live now. Let's pull it up. So anything can happen here. So this setup, guys, we talked about it. We walked through it. All right, and it came to play, and we took it nicely. Okay, good, good, good. Let me pull up Trump here.
Spending cuts in American history, all things that are so important to greatness. And last year we slashed the budget by almost $500 million. At the same time, our military was at
Let me know if you guys can hear.
$2 trillion, and we're going to be doing the one thing we are going to be doing is, and we build everything in America. We build it here. It's jobs, 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 but it's also strength, strength, strength. We're going to be submitting a military budget for $1.5 trillion. We have the greatest military in the world.
Beautiful job, Jose.
During my first term, I didn't know we'd be using it so much in my second term, but they gave away a little bit of it during somebody else's term, foolishly, but it's a very small part relative to the whole. But we have the greatest military in the world. I was with President Xi, and I said to him, we have the greatest military in the world, and he actually didn't agree. We had a great meeting. He actually didn't disagree with me on that very much, I will tell you. But we really do. What we've done in Venezuela, you see, what we've done to Iran. Iran is dying to make a deal. We'll see what happens. But we hit them hard. And we had no choice because Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They cannot have it. So I promised to cut 10 old regulations, as you know, in my first term, for every new regulation. If you put a new...
All right. President is speaking on the mic, swearing the new Fed chair. Everyone has their eye on this flag. This flag can very well be the segue into this break, which can possibly lead into PMH. All right, we're just 1 or 2 words away. Market waiting for a keyword. Last trade worked out beautifully, Tesla. Okay, you're still in Tesla, manage accordingly. All right, you're about to take Tesla to the highs of the day. Monster push, that should get you to 100%. All right, should get you to 100%. Good. So we'll continue to listen here in the background. Who took Tesla? Put $ signs in the chat, guys. Spam the chat on YouTube if you took Tesla, if you took Apple. Okay, let's go. Hussein Alpha is going to be there. Hussein does a tremendous job on just milking the profits out of a move when it starts to push. Right, really strong momentum trader. All right, and everyone brings something to the table, and that's what makes us such a great team. All right, got a phone call. The other type of call. Nice take, good. Whether you got 5, 10, 15, 20, whatever, all right, whatever you took on it. And so that's what matters. Tesla's still running up, hit TP1. Let's watch Tesla here. All right, not only the setup was a setup, that's fine, but again, understanding where we are in Tesla. Major resistance, we did see buyers picking up off of here last time, all right? So what did we say earlier? We want to see what? Buyers do the same thing. If they can do the same thing, all right, what do they need to do? They need to convince us. They need to get above this level, okay? And our indicator is going to say take the calls there. Just take the calls right there. Scale out there, scale out there. All right, I had an earlier scale out. I had a self-imposed scale out here because that's some resistance, possible some resistance there. And then closed it in that area. We're just slightly above it. So initial scale out before that area and then final close just in that area there. And that's probably another 40-50%, and of course highs the days are coming up. So in this case, what's going to help Tesla go over past these highs, guys, is if SPY can break out. If SPY can break out, maybe there might be a momentous impulsive push into TP2, right? But again, don't chase. Why? Because if you're trying to buy those contracts here, all right, you are paying 100% more than our team members who bought it here. You're basically buying what they're looking to sell. All right, you're paying 100% more. So if you think it can go if you think it can go 110, 120, 130%, okay, then that's a good buy. Right, but again, we'd have some resistance there. If it's not, if technically, if we're at an area where we can reject, then probably going to start to lose value at a very quick rate, and you're buying contracts that went up 100%, and now as it starts to pull back, it's going to pull back 20, 30, 40%, and now you're down 20, 30, 40% very quickly. Okay. All right. And when you do get a chance, go back and watch some of the episodes this week, all right? Especially the past 3 days. Lots of stop outs, lots of risk management. And that, I would say that's the most important thing to pay attention to. And right, I have the privilege of trading in front of the community, in front of people, so. And you're going to hit those rough spots. But what do you do? All right, what do you do? What is your DNA? What is your trading DNA? All right, it's like very similar to championship teams. All right, teams that know how to win, even if they're down, they're gonna find a way. All right, they're gonna find a way because they have a system. 103%. Nice catch, Devil Dog. What do you do? What's your trading DNA? Right? Just think of every single week as a 5-game series. You versus the market. 5-game series. Game 1, and the difference is, guys, there's no home games. All right? You're always playing away. You're always the underdog. You're always playing away, and the refs are not working in your favor. In our case, market makers. All right, so how are you going to get the W? How can you get the W? Do you have to get the W every single day? Right? No, because the thing is, this is very true. You can be green 4 days in a row. Okay, we'll just be operating on all cylinders 4 days in a row. 100% win rate 4 days in a row. The moment you slip up, and if you don't have a system, say Friday, all right, as you're on this green streak, guess what happens to your confidence? Your confidence starts going up, right? But if not properly dialed in, that confidence starts to teeter into, you become euphoric, all right? Your ego starts telling you, hey, you figured it out. You figured it out. Okay, that's naturally going to happen. And then what the interesting thing about the market is, all right, you can come in the very next day, on that Friday, size up a little bit, take a loss on this day, and that loss can literally wipe out all of this. That's the frustrating part. Right? So the losses that are not properly handled can do more damage than your best performance. That's why it's so important, right, to, when you're taking those losses, you have to make sure they're calculated, they're within your risk, and you don't let that just completely blow everything out of the water. And you want the opposite to be true. How about if it's like this? How about if it's, okay, you're taking those scheduled losses, all right, every day you're losing, but it's all within your risk. If you get stopped out 3 times, you're done. You have a max loss, and then on this day you catch this one setup, couple of setups. You have the hot hand, all right, and then you make back everything from here on that very last day. Right? So it's almost like you're flipping the logic backwards, because a lot of traders, what they struggle with is they know how to win, right? But for some reason, right, a day comes around where you take a loss, and that loss eliminates 3, 4, 5 days, sometimes even a month of work. How about if it's the other way around? How about if you're okay with losing every day, just a little bit, but being there for those opportunities, right, that can really go, right? But the problem is, as human beings, we don't like low win rates. If the win rate is below 40%, 50%, right, our brain cannot see us winning if it's below that percentage, because we get too emotionally tied to the win rate. It's almost like Steph Curry saying, hey, you know what, if I don't make 50% of my threes, I'm not shooting threes anymore. He doesn't care about the percentage. He knows he's going to miss, right? But every good shot is just, giving you the opportunity to get a better shot. And sometimes when you can't get those shots in your favor, what do you try to do? If you're a pure shooter, you try to get to the line, because all you need to see is the ball go through the net. So same thing applies as a trader. All right. Sometimes if you're in the midst of a couple of losses, they're either scheduled losses, you're getting stopped out. If you see 10, 15, take it. Right? Just throw everything out the window, just for your psychology. Right? Same thing as that free throw. Get to the line, see the ball go through the net. Okay? and then when you see the ball go through the net, right, you're a shooter. It can do a tremendous things for your confidence. It can do a tremendous things for your belief in the system. And there is such a thing as shooting slump. The best way to get out of a shooting slump is to shoot more shots. Right? But shoot the right kind of shots, not shoot shots from everywhere. Not shoot shots from half court, shoot low percentage shots. Same thing with training. The best way to get out of the funk is to trade, but in specific areas, high quality trades, just to get the groove back. Okay. If you don't take the shot, it's practically miss 100%. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. All right, so I don't want you guys to take that the other way and say, hey, I'm going to keep trading, because those are not good shots. That's like Steph Curry saying, hey, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to shoot from half court, 10 shots from half court, because I'm a shooter. Done for the week. Two trades on IW. IW has been giving some beautiful opportunities, guys. People are buying cars. That's good. That's good for the economy. Good. Busy's always good. Now, volume profile. I have an idea of volume profile, how it works. Value area high, value area low, POC. We can do a video on it. I don't use it too much. Weekly POC is useful, right? Weekly POC is useful when you do a volume profile an entire week. And volume profile is great, right? Because what it tells you is, say this is just an example. So volume profile is that nice little overlay that shows you what kind of volume there is at each of these levels. Then you have the value area high, value area low, so on and so forth, and then you have the POC. POC is the point of control, which basically tells you where the most amount of volume is. Say we're doing one of these maneuvers. All right, say we have some volume there. All right, so what you want to look for on volume profile is okay, first of all, it depends on the trade, what kind of trade you're looking for. If I'm looking to short this structural push to the upside, okay, what I probably want to see is maybe a value area high, say there's a value area high or a POC. And then on top of that, I want to see an area where there's very little volume. Because more than likely, when there's very little volume, if buyers don't continue to push this thing back up, it can be a smooth slide to the downside to the next critical area. Let's say there's a value area low. All right, so you're basically looking for the large volume spikes and try to use the reactions of price in that area and ride them through low volume areas, because there might not be a lot of participants that step up in that area. Okay. But yeah, so basically you see all that those highs up there. So if that starts to break down and it gets into that area, into this pocket here, like there's a good chance that it can start to really slide. So from that aspect, volume profile can be very useful. All right, people use it a little differently, but I would say that's one of the best ways to use it. $35% puts on Netflix. Yep, that was one of the. Yep, Netflix. All right, we talked about Netflix. Netflix and puts and chill. All right, puts and chill. You can see Netflix. All right. If you have Shockwave, take the puts there, take the puts there, take the puts there. You can just basically trade Netflix today. You can say, I'm going to trade Netflix and chill. Wait for the puts to signal. Puts, scalp, puts, scale out, puts, scalp, puts, scale out. Whichever one you take, you walked away with more than you came in with. Whichever one you took, you walked away with more than you came in with. Okay. So it looks like they're done here. If you ask me, first Fed meeting, new Fed chair, he has some pressure to cut. He was put in there to cut. Amazon, watch for that breakdown. Yep. Lunchtime shenanigans. Yeah, it is. It is very. Yeah, that nice little slide. So POC is good point of control. Reactions off POC, you can just treat it like another level. Treat it like another. You can use it as a different key level. But if you really want to use that volume profile, right, you got to look for those areas where there's low volume, and you can really start to catch those nice breakdowns and nice continuations if it gets past those points. Okay, who's done for the week, guys? Who's done for the day? Let us know if you're signing off. Have a great day. Have a great long weekend. Let me know what you're looking to sharpen up over the weekend. One thing you're looking to improve, and one thing you did well. Okay, always give yourself credit when credit is due. All right, look for bright spots. Don't only look for the negative. All right, you're gonna have a healthy balance of both. So we're kind of stuck here. We did get that nice little bounce there. We went double top here. We didn't grab first shift highs, but we know this is the all-time high subdivision. All right, we're kind of hugging the top of that channel. We kind of stretch that channel out a little bit, right? Depending on how you have that channel drawn out. Right, we're near the top or at the top of that channel. So the healthy higher low. Ideally, we can slide one more time into daily open. That can be respectable. Right, I don't foresee it coming back to this channel support. For it to come back to channel support, that'd be the bear's dream. All right, that would require to get below daily open. No buyers there. Require to get below that daily downside breaker. Requires to get below that PML, and then get there. So this would require multiple legs to even get there. Okay. First things first, we're trying to overtake that PMH. Nice trade on Tesla. Beautiful execution, guys. PMH not holding up, heading back to VWAP. So if you trade the flag, very frustrating. Right, again, there's no strategy that's going to work 100%. So a lot of people, what they do is when it doesn't work, they just abandon it. Okay, groovy 35%, beautiful job. How important is the shockwave if I were to start the Discord without it? You can read the Discord without shockwave. It's just a tool if you want to have on your own to help you and bring those ideas to your attention. Because you have a lot of traders who take other trades, other setups, and especially if you want to have a system-based approach. If you want to have a system-based approach, it's very clear, and it's a very clear system. But you have to submit to the system. Okay, during the first 2 hours of the day, shockwave is going to be your best bet because it's going to give you those setups every day. It's going to give you that risk guidance, that TPs, the scale out. It's going to give you the optional trade entry. It's going to give you your tracker. It's going to give you your journal. It's going to give you everything you need. All you need to do now is just follow the system and let the stats play out. Okay, so you don't need it to get started with the Discord. You can be in the Discord without it. Okay. And then eventually, what you want to do, you want to start to invest in your tool set. Okay. The profits you're making, take those profits, invest in your tools. All right. If you don't have a setup at home, get a setup at home. If you need to get subscription to trading view, if you're on the beginner side, if you're on the essential, you're gonna go to premium, get to premium. Okay, it's just not take from your game. This is your discipline, right? It's just not take from it. You have to put something back into it. You have to put something back into yourself. Right? You can only go as far as the tools you have and your education level. So the two things you're always looking to reload and double down on is your tools, right? To make you better at what you're doing, and your education. Okay? Those are the two things you want to always keep doubling down on. Because you'll eventually get to a point, okay, you'll hit a wall. You hit a wall. Okay, you get to a level where you hit a wall. And you can't get past that level because you don't know what you don't know. You don't know what you don't know. There's no one to really turn to. So it's either you have to get some tools, it's either you have to spend some time in this area, it's either you have to get properly educated, properly trained to take it past that wall. Right? So when you hit a wall, it's actually a good thing. Right? When you hit a wall, all right, there's a breakthrough on the other side. Don't be afraid of the wall. What's the win rate with shockwave? It fluctuates. Okay, depends. Today, if you took shockwave, okay, 100% on SPY. I would say between 55 to 65%. Right, I would say about 55 to 65%. If you have more filters on, right, you can increase that win rate. But the manner in which the indicator works, okay, is when you win, you win more. Think of it like this: when you win, you'll win 2. When you lose, you will lose 1. Okay, if you traded Tesla today, we took Tesla puts here, we scalped it for 15, stopped out on runners. If you took Tesla here, you win. So say for instance, if you took this and you lost, all right, if you didn't take the profits at 15%, which is fine, okay, and you trade in the system, all right, okay, you're down 1R, okay, you re-engage, you make back what you lost times 2, because it's 2 for 1. So now you're up 1R. Let me show you here the dashboard. Let me actually get the journal. Okay, you have the tracker as well. So it depends. But the whole point of the system, you don't want to focus too much on win rate. You want to focus on, is it going to give me an opportunity every day? Is it going to give me a high probability opportunity every day? Is it going to give me a frame of reference for my risk? Is it going to give me a frame of reference for my stop loss? Is it going to have some kind of engine that lets me know if it's clear for calls, clear for puts? And now it's a matter of following. So you can see here. So you'd be down 1R here. If you took it again, you'd be down 1R. And then here, 2R, 2R, 2R. So if you took all these trades in a vacuum, right, you should be up 6R minus 2R, 4R. So think of every area on the chart as an area to allocate your risk, a unit of risk. So on SPY, okay, on SPY, just one idea today. Okay, 0.5R. Okay, 0.5 means 0.5 of that initial move. That's going to be basically 1R. Look how close it came to 1R. So it's more than 0.5R, but at minimum, at scale out, you should be able to get 0.5R out of this. And I was telling the team, hey guys, you know what? There's some stubborn buyers, so be careful near these lows. Okay, because it's stubborn buyers. So even if you scalp, if you took that, you can extract out of it. Every breakdown below lows is basically a scalp. The past 3 days. All right, so that was the only trade there. Apple. Okay, we took Apple as well. Had to sit through a little back and forth on Apple, but eventually played out. So if you held it all the way through, all the way there, you're okay. Apple, two ideas. Okay, this one, okay, initial entry went 2R, and initial entry again went 2R. So if you took this entry only, all right, smooth sailing for you. Our last TP was 85+% here. Okay. So it fluctuates. Okay, so win rate will be up and down. What you're going to focus on is what is the win rate over time. All right, it's like the difference between temperature and climate. Okay, you don't want to focus too much on the temperature. You got to focus on the climate. If you're somewhere, all right, what's the climate like? Temperature changes. What's the overall climate? When a temperature changes, you can make the seasonal adjustments as well. So in this case, make a seasonal adjustment in this case is knowing that there's some aggressive buyers. So all the puts, just say, you know what? Treat them as scalps until proven otherwise. So even in this week, right, I did give you those opportunities on a week like this. So this is as bad as it gets for momentum indicators. Okay. Any other questions, guys? Okay, we'll keep chopping around this channel. Let us know how you're doing. Let us know how you did this week. Up another 25%. Just test the puts. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Outlook on IBM. IBM just experiencing a nice little push via news catalyst, but does it change IBM fundamentally outside of that investment? No, but maybe the sentiment around IBM has been improved. So a sentiment pump here, and IBM does have a catalyst. All right, but a lot of people are going to see IBM's news catalyst. Okay, IBM's one of those names where with these news names, guys, it's either you happen to be in it and then it gets that news drop. It's going to be very difficult to chase it. Because now, just imagine this, all right? Just imagine how much fun there is here. Okay, massive push up, and guess what IBM does today? Absolutely nothing. Okay, so on top of that, they're going to jack up the IV. Absolutely nothing. So there's the textbook, late to the party, make you pay double, okay, and have a horrible time. The party took place here. Yesterday was a party. Yesterday was actually the after party. The party actually took place in the pre-market. Okay, nice news headline, and then it continues to push. Okay, even as pushing, that you're gonna have to pay a premium for those contracts, but it worked in your favor. Okay, the party after the after party is not fun, which was today. A lot of people trapped up here. And if you kind of just zoom out on IBM, where are we headed to? Where are we right now? Look, major resistance. Not how we feel, is what the market has told us based on history. Rejection, rejection, rejection. All right, where do we start to slow down despite the headlines in this area? So if IBM can't sort itself out, all right, if it starts to lose some steam, okay, it did go double top up here. IBM can start to slide. If you ask me IBM, where does IBM look interesting? If IBM can fall another 4 or 5%, now look interesting. 241.80, 245.54. Outside of that, let the people who took IBM early benefit from this. All right, they earned it, they deserve it. IBM was not on my radar, so if it wants to come into this area, I can possibly consider. If not, just let the IBMers take the W. Nice bounce on MU. So you can use shockwave on TradingView and then do the execution on Fidelity. All right, so you can use shockwave for your shockwave TradingView as your charting platform. Okay, brokers notoriously don't have the best charting. The charting platforms are getting better on the brokers, but they're not up to speed with TradingView. You can use TradingView here, and then on your broker, okay, just makes executions on your broker. So EXE. Okay. All right, so you do your technicals here. Okay, and you just hit buy sell on your broker. Because your broker's chart, especially with Fidelity, it's getting better, but it's not up to speed. Doesn't give you the technical freedom you need, if you ask me. Okay, so that's how you'd use it. All right. Anyone take IBM by any chance? If you took IBM, or if you had IBM, MU, nice bounce on MU. You're the winner. But if you're trying to take it today, you're a little late to the party. Okay, IW continues to provide those scalp opportunities. Okay, so let me know, guys, before I wrap up, one thing you're looking to improve, one thing you learned, okay, one thing you did right. Tesla. Nice catch on Tesla to the downside. So Devil Dog caught Tesla to the downside. Why? So not random. You can see, yeah, you know what? He thinks it's topping up here. So you can use these targets as point of contention, point of reversal. Okay, there are levels there for a reason. So you can see profits were taken here previously. So what happens? Hey, you know what? Profits get taken here as well. Back to where? Back to square one. So is Tesla expanding, or is Tesla range bound? Is Tesla expanding to the upside, or is Tesla doing this? Okay, Tesla's moving side to side. But within the side-to-side movement, there are opportunities off of support, opportunities off of rejection, off of resistance. All right, so this signal is coming in after 12 o'clock, so I'm not going to take any more trades. And you have to also know when to stop. Fidelity's real-time data lags behind, so keep that in mind as well. So Fidelity lags. All right, if you're scalping, you cannot afford a single lag. Okay, that is no. Okay. All right. That is a no. If you're trading leaps, making long-term decisions, doesn't matter. The lag is not going to impact you too much. Okay, whether you pay $1 more, $2 more, it's not going to be the end of the world, right? But when you are scalping, you need to fight for every penny. The reason being, because if you pay a little over, right, then you have to adjust your risk. All right, because the risk is on the line. So you got to get it as close as possible to the scheduled area. Okay. SPY just channel bound. Not doing much here. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. For at 150 by 1245, we'll do the giveaway. We'll go over how to join the community here. If you're looking to join our community, take advantage of the Memorial Day sale. Okay, use the code never forget. Code never forget. Get to smart. Okay, look at volume balance. So if you're looking to trade now, after 12:30, third shift, it's just you and the algos. Okay, so just keep that in mind. So it's you and the algos. The market is open for donations. Okay, it's just you and the algos. Okay, make sure to go to our site. Everything's available there. Okay, the big special for this month is Starter Pack. Starter Pack, what does that come with? There's a great way to start off your trading journey or reboot your trading journey. 12-month access to our community. We'll talk about what that features. You have access to our indicator, 1.0, 2.0, and all coming releases. You have access to a coaching call and upcoming bootcamp ticket as well, which you don't have to purchase. If you do take the Starter Pack, make sure to use the code Never Forget. Never Forget will give you a discount, okay, of 20%. This is good until Monday. So Monday this code expires, right? So you can grab the Starter Pack, one-time payment. You have access to our community for 12 months, no recurring billing for 12 months, and you have access to our indicator for a lifetime. So this is an absolute steal, right? That's the best bang for your buck you're gonna get. So the Starter Pack is available. That will go at the end of the month. This Memorial Day special will end on Tuesday. So by the time Tuesday rolls around, that code expires. If you're looking to join a community alone, okay, there's multiple ways to do it. There's the monthly option, the quarterly option, the yearly option. Monthly option, use the code Never Forget. You save 20% off. You can try using the code Trial30. Okay, that can save you up to 30% off for the trial. After that, $69 a month, absolute steal. If you're looking to take the quarterly is also discounted, okay, by 20%. The yearly also discounted by 20% if you use the code Never Forget. Right, use that code, and this gives you access to the community for 3 months. Okay, 3 months at a time. You build every 3 months. This one you build every 12 months. This one you build every month. Okay, first month 30% discount. Okay, and then after that $69 a month. What is that feature? Live trading screen share, pre-market prep stream. You get access to our community chat. You get access to pre-market game plan sent out every morning. Daily chart analysis, 24/7 stock market newsfeed. My ebook, trade recap channel, weekly group Q&A, options flow data, AI trade ideas, get start day trading course, high win rate trade ideas, AI based ideas as well. We have a new scanner there, breakout alerts. You have access to my watch list. You have access to automated technicals as well. You have access to my key levels that's coming out very shortly. Day trade, swing trade ideas, and full library of trading and past webinars, 2,500 plus hours. All right, when it comes to this, all right, there's not a lot you can match. We're going to continue to do this, God willing, as long as it needs, as long as we're going to be here, we're going to be here. All right, this is going to continue to go, and the goal is to get to 10,000 hours. All right, we know that 10,000 hour mark. That's that mark where, all right, you reach some level of mastery after 10,000 hours. All right, there's some level of truth to that, but it doesn't have to. It's not like the 10,000th hour you just become a master. But it just tells you that, you know what, repetition over and over and over again will get the job done over a long period of time. So if we can do this collectively, get to 10,000 hours as a unit, that's a huge accomplishment. You'll have everything you need to take advantage of all the opportunities. So we're still in our infancy as it comes to when it comes down to that. If you have the yearly, you have access to bonus coaching call and a boot camp. Tools and resources expanding every time. Every month, we're going to try to add something to the community. Indicator, shockwave. So if you want the indicator that gives you the opportunities, okay, the gift that keeps on giving. Okay, there you go. Open range framework. There's a video on our channel that goes over how it works. Multiple videos there. You have a video on how to properly set it up. Quarterly, $297 every quarter. No auto renew. So once you pay, you have access for 3 months. Yearly, $697. Lifetime, $827. All right. So you choose the one that works for you. 3 months. I don't have a monthly because you know what? It's going to take more than a month for you to commit to the process. Okay, and once you get to golden goose, it's up from there. All right, so there's 3 ways to access the indicator. You have access to all the tools and resources that come with the indicator. Lifetime is the best option. You have access to all the updates. All right, so keep that in mind. Okay, so those are the 3 ways. You can also use the code Never Forget on each one of these as well. So a lot of you during the time of the early bird special at $497, the indicator, you're looking for partial payments. All right, so again, it's not going to give you lifetime, but that 3 months, that'll give you enough time. Okay, that will give you enough time to capitalize, to learn the indicator. It's not going to take you exactly 3 months. It can be shorter, depending on how quickly you're willing to submit to the system, how frequently you tune into the show. All right, and you'll cover your cost, and you can get the yearly, lifetime, so on and so forth. All right, so everything's available there for you. Make sure to take advantage. Okay, so the starter pack, that's the best bang. Best bang for your buck is the starter pack. Everything's available on our site, and I'll drop the link in the chat. I'll drop the link in the chat on YouTube. Okay, everything's available there. Use the code Never Forget. All right. So we'll look to wrap it up here in a few minutes. TOS the best, but yeah, TOS, yes. Any questions on YouTube, guys? If not, if we're at 100 likes by 12:45, we will do the giveaway. Okay, the easiest path to giveaway is coming in, guys, and smashing the like button as soon as you get in. Okay, think of that as the cost of admission. Okay, cost of admission, hit the like button, that's it. That's the only thing required. That's the only thing required. Everything else, nothing's required beyond that. We're at 121. Okay, we're almost there. If we can get 30 likes in the next one, we'll stretch it to 1250. We'll do a giveaway. Okay, we'll do a giveaway. SPY, just chopping around lunchtime before a long weekend. All right. So again, if you're looking to trade here, it gave us 2 hours. It's just you and the algos. Maybe you're managing a position, pre-existing position. That's fine, but I would avoid friend to friend. I'd avoid taking any trades at this point. 12:30. Uber. Uber report earnings. Did they report earnings, or did they get some news? Look at Uber. Look at Uber. It might have some news. Okay. Uber raised Delivery Hero stake at 19.5%. Secured an option to boost. Okay. Okay, Uber full takeover, European rival. Hero. Okay, some news on Uber. Okay, sell the news. Look at Uber. Good night. Okay, so sell the news. The news sellers. Got it. Again, Shockwave puts on Uber, and then the news is hits. Right, that was just a gift. SPY is still accumulating, guys. SPY is still accumulating despite that massive channel, guys. SPY and the Qs are on the same page as far as what kind of structure they're following. News drop 100%. I have a feeling by end of day they might try to make an all-time high. Right, just to get the sentiment up. Just to lift the sentiment. Yeah, let's see if we can get to 5,300 subs, guys. We're very close, closing in on 5,300. Very, very close. Okay. Tesla. What's Tesla up to? Yeah, Tesla, same thing. Rinse and repeat. Brick wall trampoline. All right, but I'm not rinsing or repeating. I hit Tesla twice, so I'm good with that. If you hit it enough times, we'll hit back. Okay. If you hit it enough times, we'll punch back. And it's outside a shockwave window as well. Okay. I'm going to take a quick coffee break here, guys. All right. In the meantime, let's listen to our theme song. Okay. And a lot of you are asking me what song is it. I'll maybe make it available at some point. All right. So we're creating a new genre, trading music. Okay, just to get you in the right mind space for your trading. All right, some background music. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Smart action trading. Spot traders. We ain't chasing hype. We chasing structure. Look. Sharks move reckless. Everybody online selling dreams, no direction. I was studying candles while they flexing their possessions. Now the whole team eating off discipline progression. See, the market don't care about emotion or your ego. One bad trade turn a winner to a zero. That's why I move calm, real surgical with the reload, waiting on the setup. Patience sharper than a needle. None of me, we hear the pressure start building. Everybody over trading. I'm just watching how they feeling. Shot crave on the chart, and the moment start revealing how the levels line up and the confidence appealing. Used to chase every move, now I'm focused on precision. Cut the noise out the room, and destruction my religion. Took losses on the chin, turned pain into tuition. Now the whole playbook different when you trade with a vision. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for that's my strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart action trading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we don't care, but we prepare. Every loss another lesson, every win come from awareness. Structure over noise, that's the motto every day. Consistency the mission, we just level up the play. See, I done seen the fake gurus come and go quick. Screenshots look good, but the lifestyle don't fit. We was in the trenches, really building through the losses. Learning risk management before I ever taught profits. Now it's live streams, game plans, market breakdowns. Everybody's locked in, why don't you can't stake now? AI tools, flow data, levels mapped out. Trade assist engine got the whole team spaced out. Ever need a man, but it was just to prove I got results. I had to teach a trader how to never self-destruct. Cause one good system with discipline enough can change your whole life when the pressure gets tough. That's why the movement bigger than a Discord or a trade. It's a mindset shift. Watch the confidence get raised from beginner to advance. Every lesson get engraved. Visual repeat, refine. That's the way greatness made. Structure over noise. Yeah, we mean for where to plan. Traders build slow. We ain't rushing for the band. Structure over noise. Yeah, we move with a plan. Real traders build slow. They ain't rushing for the band. That's my strikers in the building. Put the discipline in hand. Smart actions later. Yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise. New game, we prepare. Every loss another lesson. Every day go from awareness. That's the motto every day. Consistency the mission. We just level up the pace. Yeah. Shockwave 15. That's by strikers. Trade safe. Trade smart. And dominate.
Okay, back. Still hugging that PMH. Oh, we're starting to see Amazon finally slide to the downside. Amazon took forever and a day, but eventually came into play. All right, same thing with Amazon, scale out, stopped out, and then starting to push. So Amazon, if you want that massive push to the downside on Amazon, that PML break needs to hold. We're starting to see Meta come into play as well. Meta. So again, same thing with Meta when you're taking those lows. All right, be cautious of that double bottom and validate that. I can start to slide. That's the first break on Meta. So if it starts to break down, your initial soft target can be that 606.95. If that can start to clear, you're going to clear into 605 to 606 and eventually 605. All you need in this case is if the Qs and of course SPY can stay below that PMH. That'll give you the assistance you need. Nvidia, nice breakdown on Nvidia. Okay, you take the puts on Nvidia right there. Boom, TP2. You want a double dip, all right? Boom, again. All right, so when you double dip, if you catch a big trade, all right, say if you catch a trade, all right, for all the way to TP2, say like 60%, to TP1, 60%, okay? You don't scale out 60%, and you want to, the setup looks good again, it comes back at the shock wave. You're here, you're at full size. Okay, say your full size in this case is 10 contracts. All right, boom, you hit it, 60%, works out beautifully, and you want to re-engage. Okay. Okay, this is just a hypothetical, just give you an idea. So if you want to re-engage, okay, what you can do is reduce your risk surface. So you want to re-engage, you can say, hey, you know what? I'm going to re-engage because you want to protect your profit. I'm going to re-engage at 5. I'm going to re-engage at 5 if you want to re-engage. So worst case scenario, if you get stopped out here, all right, you're not wiping things out. Okay, that's if you're open to re-engage. If you want to take it again for face value, that's up to you as well. But keep in mind, you don't have to re-engage, and if you do re-engage, you can re-engage with less. Right, because the objective is you're protecting the times you're right. Okay, you're protecting yourself from the times you're right, you don't give it back, and you're protecting yourself from the times you're wrong. Okay, so Nvidia, nice slide at the downside there. All right, we'll look to wrap it up here in about 5 minutes, guys. As always, thank you for tuning in. $1 million worth of unusual call. Print Dell. Yeah, Dell might be brewing. The main thing is now, guys, all those names that ran up the first time we had that run up, okay? All those names that ran up the first time, right? When SPY, the Qs, everything was running up with minimal pullbacks. All right, AMD. Look at AMD, guys. AMD. This thing is up close to 70, but 50 to 60 bucks. All right, the names that ran up the first time. Okay, it can be as simple as using those moving averages. There's a time and place to use those moving averages. If something is trending to the upside, that's the correct time, the correct place to take those moving averages. You can see AMD's idea here. All right, so all those names that are showing super strength. Okay, let them come to their 9. If it's very strong, let it dip below its 9 and reclaim that 9 with a flag or a shooter, with flag or a doji. If it was aggressively strong but it had more of a healthier pullback, let it come to the 20. If it was super strong and it comes to that 50, that's the last line of defense. So names like Dell ran up, right? Running up today as well. Dell's been riding that 9, right? And it gave that nice little doji off that 9 reclaim, very similar to an AMD. Nvidia, can we say the same thing about Nvidia? Did run up for a stretch, and now it's trying to hold that 20. Okay, the idea on Nvidia, if you guys recall, a few weeks ago, during Stocks After Dark, was right here. And that was a daily idea as well. Why? Major resistance turn support, get it inside, testing that 20, 212 streak. And then now you're looking for this identical copy. Okay, you're looking for this same structure. You're looking for the same type of move, right, that took place here. Okay, you want that to mirror itself right here. Okay. How can we relate to these two areas? Okay, one. Okay, let's do it step by step. One, major resistance. Okay, major resistance. 2, decisive break of the resistance. Flipping the resistance. 2, decisive break of the resistance. Flipping the resistance. So far they're aligned. 3, pull back into 20 EMA. Okay, pull back into 20 EMA. 4, inside candle, next day break. Okay, bearish candle, next day brewing. So different candles, same identical setup. So now on Monday, I know that that's a lot of arrows, but I'm just trying to show you how this kind of same thing there's a possibility for this to play out once again to the upside into all-time highs on Nvidia. Okay, the last thing we're looking for now, all right? Everything is lining up piece by piece. There's one more criteria we need. Okay, can someone put the chat in the criteria? If you've been trading with me for some time, there's one more thing we need on Nvidia. Does someone know what we need right here before the trigger gets pulled? What do we need here? Okay, before risk gets allocated and it becomes an idea. Okay, we need favorable action. So going into Monday, by the end of the day, if this candle can lean towards being a hammer, count me in on Tuesday. Count me on Tuesday. And break above that dead upside breaker on Tuesday. Okay, count me in. Multiple ways. The break, the retest intraday. Okay, if you're going to use that as a swing, you can use this entire thing as your 5 for 5. If the entire space is starting to push higher, you can use below here as your risk. Right, so it's going to present a potential short-term swing trade along with the intraday idea. Okay, we just need to see how this candle closes by the end of the day, and if it goes hammer, if that current price gets above that 217.98, 218, okay, then our distance between where we close and those highs are very, very similar, are very close by. So the path is shorter. Okay, so Nvidia on high watch next week. Nvidia on high watch next week. All right, what does it need to replicate? This exact same thing. Okay, in this case, if it does do this, if it does break above this, okay, say I want to swing it, if it does break above this and it gets below it, and it does this, it's not the end of the world. Okay, it didn't do what I wanted to do. It's not, since it did this before, it has to do it. It's since it did this before, it has a good chance of doing it, and it can do it again. If it doesn't do it, and my risk is here, right? My risk is here. See, my risk is below that 20. If it doesn't do it, or below that daily candle, my risk is there. Okay? All right. I'm wrong. On to the next one. But I'm not going to hold this thing as if it does for multiple days and hope and dream and visualize and try to manufacture some kind of rationale for it to get back above it. All right, so NVIDIA would be on high watch. So same thing. Same thing. A lot of those names that ran up, they can start to pull back. 9s and 20s, reclaim those 9s. All right, let's see. So let's go through our list. AMD left the station. Walmart. Okay, Walmart gap down. Earnings that are cool off. NVIDIA, Brewing, Broadcom, Avago. Again, it is making those moves. Look at this action. Very ugly action. Tesla. Look at Tesla. When we say Tesla, 405.83. JPM bouncing off that 200. Okay. Intel doing that same thing as well, back above that 9. Google interesting for next week. TSM, not the cleanest, it's very similar chart to Broadcom, messy daily chart. Apple was the idea how many days ago, guys? 2 days ago, Apple calls above 351. So if you want these ideas, you must be in our Discord. Palantir, mess. ExxonMobil puts below 156.23, starting to come into play. If Exxon can remain inside, there can be an opportunity on Tuesday as well, because Exxon is looking like it wants to go head and shoulder. You guys see it? Back at this neckline. Microsoft, complete mess. Meta, complete mess. Amazon, okay. Amazon looking nice. Amazon, nice reclaim if you took Amazon as well. Nice push to the upside. IBM, this is what IBM did, guys. This is what IBM did. So IBM, all it did was just get it above that 200. If IBM cannot hold above this level, okay, this might be the trap of the traps, because we have why? Two things are here. We have previous resistance, not just any old resistance, strong resistance. 1, 2, 3, multiple rejections. Intraday, over 7 to 10 rejections. On the daily time frame, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3 instances were rejected over a span of multiple weeks. Okay, came into here in March, came into it again late week March, came into it again in April, and it comes into it again with the news catalyst to the upside in May. So the buyers cannot get their act together here. They're running out of fuel. There's only one way. That's one way, and that way is to the downside. So they need to decisively reclaim this immediately over the next 3 days. 3 to 5 days must reclaim this decisively. Intraday, there's going to be opportunities on both sides if you trade IBM. But bigger picture thinking on the daily, the weekly, so on and so forth, they need to reclaim this. If they can reclaim this, stay above that 200, all right, we have a nice room to run. If you have your volume profile here, all right, what you probably see volume profile, right, I don't have mine up, is you'll see low volume here. That's what it's going to show you. All right. So if they can start to really penetrate, hold that area, all right, they're going to go into this low volume area where they can really make a run up. We're not there yet. We're right here right now. MRVL, okay, same thing. Lilly, okay, starting to go. CRWV, okay. CRCL, messy chart there. Netflix, okay, that flag on Netflix, the downside does look very appealing. Okay, this flag to the downside next week on Netflix looks very appealing. Okay, we'll keep a close eye on Netflix. What is it flagging off of? Okay, this initial push lower. And Netflix did get above the 100, did get above that 200 EMA, spend some time, earnings, goes south, gets back below it. So if buyers don't pick Netflix up, Netflix start to work its way back to the lows of the month at 85. Okay. So continuation to the downside since we're trending that way. Oracle, mess. APP, mess. CMG, mess. XYZ, mess. Starbucks, okay, Starbucks has been broke out nicely. Starbucks, a multi, how do you even say, yeah, multi-year breakout on Starbucks. Okay, so Starbucks just pulling back there at that 50 You can pull back that 50. Okay, might have to grab a cup of coffee. Okay, short-term trade, Starbucks. All right, this will be more of a swing type of trade. We're just looking for one particular candle in this area. We had that 50 EMA. We had that breakout. This can be very well can be a nice little break, retreat, retest, go. Okay, what's the invalidation marker? Break, retreat, no retest, continue collapse. Robinhood. Same thing with Robinhood, very similar to Netflix. If it can't get itself together, it can start to push the downside. Another opportunity. Okay, here we go. Disney as well. Okay. Can't get its act together. We can start to slide to the downside next week. Uber, nice slide with news. Boeing, which side of this 200 EMA does it want to reside on? All right, but past few instances, guys, has been crisscrossing that 200. That tells us that there's no real trend there on Boeing, just chopping back and forth. SoFi just can't seem to get its act together. There might be another dip opportunity on SoFi. These lows here, right? If these lows don't hold, SoFi can start to crack that 15. Okay, that's not good news for SoFi. All right, so you want the buyers to step up here, protect that 15 with their life. Okay, textbook double bottom. If you can go textbook double bottom, see some kind of combination, reclaim that 9, you can take it to the 20. Of a downward compression. This was an idea a couple of days ago. Right, just couldn't get that momentum to the upside. All right, so see if SoFi can course correct, hold that 15, and continue to push the upside. If that 15 doesn't hold, gets into the 14s. All right, it does have some room to drop. Okay, to the 12s. Worst case scenario, of course, that major level on SoFi is at 10. Okay, that major level on SoFi is at 10. Okay, they cannot afford to gravitate towards 10. Okay, that's going to lead to a lot of selling on SoFi. Okay. Most people that did get SoFi, they're probably already well in profit. Right, the smart folks who took SoFi. United Health ripping and running. Okay, United Health reclaims that 200. If XLV is strong next week, United Health, nice little flag off that 9 on that daily. Coinbase on the verge of a breakdown if Bitcoin slides over the weekend. ARM, okay. ARM making a nice move to the upside. Arm and a leg, move to the upside. Okay, Alibaba, messy chart. Webull did report earnings. Webull, that magic number on Webull, everyone is waiting for is $10. Affirm, mess. Take Two, mess. Who are some of the big winners? Dell, NetApp. Okay, this is a critical data center name here, guys, NetApp. In the data center space, NetApp is a big player. Okay, I'll tell you some of the big names. Pure Storage, NetApp, Nutanix. No one is talking about them. People will start talking about NetApp when it's at 500. Okay, NetApp is a player in the storage space. Okay, when you think of virtualization, when you think of hosting, when you think of data centers, NetApp is a big player in that space, and they have innovative ways of approaching cooling. All right. Everyone thinks everyone thinks about liquid cooling. All right. The big thing is this, guys. When you think of data centers, right, the biggest challenge with data centers is what? Temperature. Okay. Regulating these computers, when they're computing, they get hot. Okay, so they get hot. All right. Say this server rack. Or you think of just a server rack. So think of a data center filled with server racks. Okay, this is a rack. All right. There's a rack of servers. What this means is in the data center, you have these little racks. Think of them like a warehouse, right? Little shelves in a warehouse. In this rack, you have custom builds. You have storage units. You have switches, all right, to connect multiple devices. You have routers, multiple different things. And the units that go in this rack are, okay, the companies that are related the equipment that goes in the rack are names like Dell. Dell owns EMC. Names like Cisco. Cisco is the connector. Names like Arista. Arista. Names like NetApp. Names like Fujitsu. Names like IBM. Right, these are all the server manufacturers. Now, when you think of what these physical servers have inside, they have different softwares. So you can look at the software names, the software vendors. Okay, so a data center is filled with these racks, thousands and thousands and thousands of these racks. Okay, these racks are connected to one another, okay, through wires and cables, fiber cables, some of them fiber cables, all right, some of them just regular cables. Okay, and now you have to know what companies make the cables. That's the granular level. So a data center is filled with these racks, thousands of racks, and all these racks and all these computers on these racks, servers, storage units, switches, routers. They all need cooling because they're all doing computing. So now this needs cooling. This needs cooling. Data centers have thousands of these. So they have these giant. They take up a lot of power, and they have the giant fans that can cool the computers off. Okay, that's one solution. They have liquid cooling sometimes, where they have liquid under, right? Liquid under the data center itself, trying to cool everything off, right? So that is the biggest problem with data centers. All right, so when you think of data centers, it's a huge, of course, it's an energy play, but the big thing about energy, the reason why they consume so much energy is not because from the standpoint of the computation, it's from the standpoint of the cooling. So whoever can solve this cooling, right, will be the big winner. And I will bring to your attention that, right, NetApp has the most innovative cooling system, right? So I do have some experience in that space, and it's not well known, it's not discussed, but I will tell you, NetApp does have something called air cooling. So they have a fan, they're the only company that does that, right? They build their buildings to where they have openings. They have an opening in the building that circulates the air, and it circulates into the data centers. They have closed spaces, open spaces. Very, very innovative stuff. And their energy footprint is a fraction of the other companies. So when it comes to cooling, they don't use liquid cooling. All right, I have firsthand experience. They use something that can revolutionize the way data centers are designed from the design standpoint of the buildings. This is bad news for the data centers that are already built out, because they have to do a lot of construction. There's a lot of downtime. That in a data center, you can't have downtime unless you have some kind of other location, right? If you're a big data center, of course, no problem. You can have downtime because you have different locations that mirror the same activity on the servers. But for the smaller ones, there's nothing for you to do outside of building a completely new data center. But the NetApp does have that cooling, fueled by the way they design their buildings, and the way they design their buildings is they use the wind and the cooling from outside. So they open the fans, they open the top, they close the top. They have this elaborate thing that they do, and they have inside the data center. All right, if you've ever been in the data center, all right, this is like the visual, okay, top from the aerial view of the data center. Okay, so when you look at the data center, you have these racks, all right, rows of racks, hundreds of rows of racks, okay. This is an aerial view. So you have these racks, you have racks, one row is basically all these racks together, and you can walk past them. The way NetApp does it is they isolate these racks in these rooms. So each of these racks have a front and a back door, right? And the back of the racks, they use a technique called baffling. The back of the rack is accessible to the technicians because you need to do the cabling, and the front of the rack is in this cold room where the air is circulated from the outside. So when you're racking these servers, right, you have to make sure there's no space between the servers, and you use a technique called baffling. All right, so you have to be very efficient in your racking. When you're racking and stacking and cabling, you have to be very, very efficient. If there's spaces, if there's like 1 unit space, 2 unit space between it, you use this material where you cover it up. And by doing that, they have cut their footprint in half. And when it comes to that, they're ahead of the curve. All right, so I do want to bring some of those companies to your attention. Okay, that's NetApp. All right, so they're in the space. They're a big player in the space. When it comes to storage, they're a big player. On top of that, they are a US-based company as well. So NetApp, they'll probably start talking about NetApp 3 to 5 years from now. But they've been in the space for a long time. So do your technical due diligence on NetApp. Okay, then probably earnings spike here. All right. So we learn something new every day, guys. All right, so the data center is some of the Cisco, those massive Cisco servers, they can be upwards of $450,000, right, per server. And they had thousands and thousands of them in the data center. All right, it's a very, very expensive game. That's where BE. Yep. So the energy. So when you think of AI, right, there's a couple of other avenues to approach it. Right, but there's the energy aspect, there's the real estate aspect, there's the technology aspect itself, the construction aspect. There's many different aspects. All right, so it's almost like you have to build your own thesis to play the AI trade. There's the individual names in the AI space. And that's the cool part. You get to do your own research. You get to build a thesis. Long-term investing is, long-term buy, hold, and building thesis is fun. Doing the research, doing the deep dive. Bloom Energy. Yeah, Bloom is another name. Okay. Any other questions, guys, before we wrap it up here? It's a lost track of time. It was almost to 1:30. All right. Hopefully you found value from today's stream, guys. Make sure to like the video on your way out. Make sure to subscribe. Have a blessed, long weekend. Spend at least 24 hours away from the charts. Reset, recalibrate, review your trade. Take at least 45 minutes, an hour to review everything. Put forward a plan. Stick to the plan. Okay. Refresh yourself. If your trading is just you and the algos. All right, so just be very careful if you're still in the trenches. If you're done for the week, tremendous job. If you're done for the day, tremendous job. We will do the end of the week poll here shortly. Again, guys, thank you for tuning in on YouTube. If you have any questions, put your questions down. If not, we'll look to wrap it up here. Okay, no questions. We'll see you guys on Monday. Oh, let's see, we got a tweet. 118. My son, okay. Nothing much. All right, just shenanigans. Okay. We'll see you guys on Monday. Stay safe. And God bless each one of you.